Good morning, everybody. It is 9 o'clock. Time to start our meeting. The Lyon County Board of County Commissioners for Thursday, December 7th, 2023. Said it is 9 a.m. We're in today's agenda. Action will be taken on all items unless otherwise noted. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. To avoid meeting disruptions, please place cell phones or beepers in the silent mode or turn them off during the meeting. The board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner. Items may be combined for consideration and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. Restrictions on comments by the general public. Any such restrictions must be reasonable and may restrict the time, place, and manner of the comments, but may not restrict comments based upon viewpoint. The Board of County Commissioners convene as other boards. Members of the board, county commissioners also serve as the Liquor Board, Central Line Vector Control District Board, Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board, Walker River Weed Control District Board, Willow Creek General Improvement District Board, the Silver Springs General Improvement District Board, and during this meeting may convene as any of those boards as indicated on this or a separately posted agenda. And this meeting may break between 11:30 and 1:30 for lunch. Roll call today. We have all 5 commissioners in chambers. And today's invocation is by Irene Albrighton of the First Christian Church.
Mr. Chair, she's having trouble getting online.
Okay. And we can proceed on with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. And Commissioner Hendricks, would you lead us in pledge, please?
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Thank you. Item 4, public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. It is anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda action item, but before the board takes any action. Do we have any public participation to begin with this morning? If so, please come to the podium. And I don't see anybody on Zoom, so we will proceed on. It's like we have a time certain at 9:10 and we're not quite there yet. So we'll go to item 7, presentation of awards and or recognition of accomplishments. Do we have any business pertaining to that? If not, we'll move on to item 8, Commissioner. Did I skip that?
Yes.
Oh, I certainly. Yeah, 5. We'll go back to 5 then. For possible action, review and adoption of agenda. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Actually, thank you.
Exactly
Commissioner
why you're there. Keep me in line. Okay, so for possible action, we're going to review and adoption of agenda. Anybody have any comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as you read every meeting, we have the right to combine items. I would like to combine items 15B and 15C. They are somewhat related and we need to hear them at the same time.
Okay. You have any commissioner comments on that input? Any objections, commissioners or public? And any other changes that we might want to see on the agenda? All right, so I have a motion.
And Mr. Chair, with the combination of 15B and C, I move that we adopt the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Henderson and a second by Commissioner Hendricks. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Good, got through that. Still not at 9:10 though. So we've gone through 7 and we're at 8. Commissioner and County Manager reports. Start down with Commissioner Hendricks.
I attended the Stagecoach Advisory Board meeting last night. My Comstock Historical District meeting was canceled for the month. Attended NACO Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee Board and attended some online training from Open Meeting Law and Governance, also put on by NACO.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I attended the Nevada Association of Counties Board meeting last month. I also attended the Mountain House Citizens Advisory Board meeting on Tuesday night. That was, as always, is interesting, and I imagine you'll be hearing from some of their members later today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Keller.
I have attended the NACO National Public Lands. It's not public lands, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. That's all that I attended. Oh, and I do want to announce that we're having a Christmas tree lighting on Saturday for the Silver Springs area, 5 to 7. And I want to congratulate our county manager on his arrival of his new baby, and Madeline, and Robbie gets a sister now. So congratulations.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chairman Hockaday. I as well would like to congratulate Mr. Haskin and his wife on a beautiful baby girl. Saw pictures of her today. Hope all had a great Thanksgiving. I want to pay some respects to Bob Hanneman and Kimball Moffett, 2 longtime figures in the Fernley area. They recently passed away. They will both be missed. Also want to thank the organizers for the Christmas parade in Fernley. It was well attended, and that's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. For my report, attended a couple of meetings yesterday with the mining interest and also with the Paiute tribe. Had a toy drive in Smith Valley at the community hall, meal and music, and lots of toys were collected. That worked out extremely well. Attended the advisory board meeting last night, and we discussed several items, especially with the members who've been renewed for the next couple of years. And went to the Anaconda cleanup meeting Monday evening here in Yerington to discuss the cleanup of our continued cleanup of the Anaconda mine site. And it's about it. That kind of took care of things for a while.
Mr. Chair, may I
Yes.
interrupt? Irene's online now.
Oh,
We want to go
okay.
back to the invocation.
Yes, that'd be great. So we're going to go ahead and be back to the invocation.
Need to ask for that move.
And go ahead.
Good. I apologize for my delay, and I'm on my phone, so I hope it comes through okay. So greetings from South Carolina, and let us pray now together. To God, we begin this meeting giving you thanks for life, for work, and for the opportunity to represent others through our actions and words. I pray for this commission meeting as they have gathered. Pray that the work they do will serve both you and the people that they represent. We ask for safety for all, especially those students in Nevada and all around. We also pray for the holiday seasons of whatever faith group people are part of, that it will be a meaningful time for each of them. Bless this meeting now and all who are working for you and for them. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the county manager.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. I'm just extremely excited to report that we welcomed a new baby girl to our family. So last week, so I have not been in the office, so that's pretty much the end of my report. I do want to remind the board that after our next meeting, or at lunch at our next meeting, is our Christmas party. So Just want to make sure that you're all aware and can attend. And that's it. Happy to answer any questions.
Oh, I do have one correction, though. You were here yesterday, most of the day for meetings, because you were here with me. And you're here today. So you've only taken a few days off.
Correct. I do still plan on being in 1 or 2 days.
Okay. And congratulations again.
But which days are a secret, so that I
Yeah. We'll keep them that way. All right. We are at 9:10, which means that we will have Chief Matthew Nightingale from my area down there south. Good morning, Matt.
Morning. Morning, Matt Nightingale, Smith Valley Fire Protection District. I was asked today to come and kind of give a report on things that are going on in Smith Valley. As we all know, Smith Valley is still the only department in Lyon County that's still all volunteer. We have about 29 people on our roster, and I can't say enough about these men and women who give selflessly of their time. You know, we get calls. We're at 189 calls this year, and these people stop what they're doing and show up. And amazing group of men and women that I have the opportunity to work with. With that being said, we've done a lot of training over there. We did a EMT class, an advanced EMT class for our members over the summer. We've got, of the 8 that were there, 6 are still involved with the department. 1 out of school, the other one lives away. So that was a big help getting more people, advanced EMTs in the ambulance. We also did a EMS fire instructor class. So we have 3 new people that are EMS and fire instructors. So they're able to help out with the instruction of teaching these volunteers. We're currently doing our refresher course. It's a 36-hour course to continue our EMT stuff. So we're finished with that tomorrow evening. We've been involved in a lot of community events. Over the summer, the Friends of the Library did a summer camp, and they invited us over one day, and we were able to come out and play with kids and squirt water and have a good time there. We do our annual barbecue steak fry every July. That was a huge success this year. Turnout was amazing. It was a good time. Fun days. It was pretty wet and dreary, but we showed up and trenched through the mud. We did the career fair and the bonfire at the high school. Also did the fire prevention week with the elementary students. We put on some different ways of, stop, drop, roll, what to do if the smoke alarm goes off, how to use the fire extinguishers, things of that nature. We did our Halloween trunk or treat, which again was a huge success, along with the youth organization. They've got donated a bunch of items, and so it's our trunk or treat's just growing, and it's going to be even bigger and better next year. We just did our Christmas tree lighting last Sunday. It was a great turnout. It was a very nice time. Edney Tree Service came in and wrapped the tree, and it was a great time with the community. Our Christmas parade is on the 16th, our parade of lights, so we'll be involved with that. We did a Happens Every Day event this year, or actually last year, with the school, involving care flight and a mock drunk driving scenario, prom kind of thing, and it rings well with the students of the severity of drinking and driving and those sorts of things. So that was a good success with lots of help from Sheriff's Department, care flight, and others. So update on our apparatus. We got a new apparatus last year, and it's kind of had some issues. It's been kind of a lemon, but we're getting those worked out. Then the ammo that we're supposed to get with the funds from the county, it's supposedly supposed to be done in April, but I'm not holding my breath. Cause things happen and I keep getting put off, so. We bought a new Polaris General and, we've taken it out a couple times for fires, but we actually had a medical call. Guy wrecked on a four-wheeler that we were able to take it out in and it performed very well. So it was, Care Flight wasn't able to get to them in the area that they were in up Red Canyon, so we were able to deploy that and bring the patient down the mountain safely with that, so. Just need to get some more gear for it to outfit it. We bought 3 different apparatus from Truckee Meadows and an engine, a brush truck and a water tender, and all those are outfitted and in service, so they're getting used. We're looking at getting generators for both Station 40 and Station 42. Last year when power went out for 4 or 5 days, it was a little difficult for the community. Station 40 did have its power come on sooner. Station 40, the other half of the valley, so we were able to get community members over there. A lot of people were able to fill totes of water to water animals and stuff like that, livestock. But if we get the generators there, I think it'll be a good place for, even if we have a big incident, for command posts or places for community members to come and seek refuge. We're still doing our trailers program. We did about 260 trailer dumps for defensible space this last year. It's pulled off right now to do repairs and stuff to the trailers. They've been pretty beat up over the years, so getting that back in. New gear. All of our members have got new turnouts within the last year, so they're protected. We did apply for some wildland grants to get some wildland gear for our members. And we have new SCBAs. We went in on a grant with 4 other agencies to get new SCBAs, and so they're just getting inventory. North Tahoe is the one heading that, so we should be getting those in today to deploy and be in compliance, because their last ones were pretty old. That's all I have today, unless you guys have any questions.
Questions? And by the way, SCBA's self-contained breathing apparatus, just so everybody in the audience and on Zoom knows, they do certainly get worn out after being used as much as you do in fires. No, I really appreciate all that you guys do down there in my neck of the woods. Definitely fast response, and I appreciate your medical care of me when I got my ambulance ride down there last year. But
I can't talk on that.
yeah, you did a good job. I made it through. But definitely a great organization, and I really appreciate it. And I know the community does. So thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes.
I had one question, if you don't mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It sounds like you guys have your plates full. But so you said you are all volunteer force. Are you having any difficulty maintaining force? You have adequate volunteers, or are you getting recruits?
It's always difficult. I think volunteerism is just a dying breed. But we are getting new people. I mean, we're putting on these classes and keeping them local, so they don't have to drive to Carson City or Reno to do classes. So it's pulling some other people who probably wouldn't be able to be involved at the levels that we need, are able to, because of the classes that we're able to put on. Like I said, we have 29 people on our roster, but we've got 6 that are our go-to people that are running
The
90% of the calls.
the stop principle.
Excuse me.
The stop principle.
Yes.
Same 10 old people.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, trying to get new people is difficult, but I think getting in the community and getting involved is showing more interest. So we're going to continue that, and I think we'll flourish.
Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. And it's 9:20. Things are just falling right into place here.
That's why I asked that question.
Yeah. Yeah, put us right on time. For report only, presentation by the Nevada Department of Transportation regarding the future US 50 Dayton project.
Good morning, Darren Tedford with the Nevada Department of Transportation. I'm happy to be here today to update the commission on our progress and on the project in Dayton. So as you remember, we have a project. The department did a operational study through Dayton, roughly from Smiths to the far side out to Nay Road. And identified improvements that would be beneficial for safety, for access to the community. At the same time, and so that operational study resulted in a number of recommendations. At the same time, go ahead to the over. So here's the limits you can see there of the study. And then at the same time, a section of that pavement through the same area was identified for preservation. Basically, if you drive through there, you realize the pavement hasn't been milled off and replaced in a number of years, and it's due. And that's a cycle that happens for all of the roads that the department maintains all over the state. And just coincidentally, the timing is good for replacing this pavement, and at the same time adding some of the improvements that were recommended from the operational study. Just a little bit of a zoom in. This is the project that we're working on immediately, and I'll follow up with the schedule at the end, but where we're starting to work on the limits of this project and just put in some of the cross streets so you can see reference there. And then the project we're working on previously, I came to the commission and said, we're going to go through this section and extend the 45-mile-an-hour speed zone from where it ends now at Fortune out to the east of the project. And there were some concerns from the sheriff, concerns with what we might do in that section to encourage drivers to slow down versus just dropping the speed limit. And we've had some further discussion, some further analysis, spoke with commissioners, understood all of the concerns and all of the information. And so right now, under the current project that we're working on, we're not going to propose to reduce the speed down to 45. And the reasons are listed on the slide. I'll mention a few of them. Basically, the concerns with posting the speed limit, mainly the main concern was posting the speed limit lower and some drivers observing it and some not. And did we change or create a different safety issue out there? And that's really where we landed, is concerned with posting the speed limit lower for safety, and either that speed limit being observed or not being observed, and the combination of those two would create a different issue. So what we're going to do moving forward with this project that we're developing, like I said, it's mainly a pavement preservation project, but we're going to add in as many safety features as we can from the results of the operational study, and have those here. This is what we're going to put in on the current project that we're working on. And I'll just run through them a little. We mentioned the 2 signals. That shows 4 roads, but if you live there, you realize that's 2 locations. Just the cross streets are different on both sides of Highway 50. So a signal at Cardelli Riverboat and a signal at 6 Mile Fort Churchill. We're going to keep the lanes 12-foot wide. Previously, we talked about potentially narrowing them. We are going to still put in some median islands restricting some of the turn movements, so on or off of Highway 50 onto the side streets. we're only gonna put in those median islands where there's direct and simple alternatives for whoever lives on whichever side of the road to get onto or across Highway 50. And again, in the interest of making the whole corridor safer for people who are both driving through it and who live in the area. So that's going to be part of the project that we're working on. High T intersections, if you know or you don't know what those are. Basically, if there's only a access onto Highway 50 from one side, not both sides, similar to going up and down Highway 395 in the Carson Valley south of Carson City, then sometimes a high T intersection is appropriate to help control the traffic coming onto and off of the highway. There's not a lot of instances of that in this particular corridor, but if there is somewhere that it's appropriate, that might be one of the improvements that we make. Again, the last thing on the slide I mentioned, we're not going to narrow the lanes. Also in the operational study that was completed, it suggested in the future with growing traffic, an additional lane in each direction might be required. That's again, in the future with additional traffic, we're not going to be widening the roadway full length. We're not going to be adding a third lane in each direction. This particular roadway widening in the case of the project we're doing, specifically maybe at the signals where there's room and where we can add the necessary right of way we can. There might be right turn lanes, so you're getting out of the flow of traffic to turn onto a side street at an appropriate location. That might be at a signal or not at a different road. It just depends on where that's an applicable safety improvement for the particular intersection. So beyond that, when we met with commissioners, we talked about this is a short-term project. Definition of short-term might not be the same. When I click onto the next slide and we talk about the schedule for this project, it will take a couple of years to design and get it under construction. But beyond that, and what was a part of the operational study, if you remember, it had suggestions in there for different options for what we would make this road look like. And the feedback we got from the public in the operational study and from commissioners was short-term, long-term. What are we talking about? Because we have growth in the area, we have development, and we anticipate it keep growing. The alternatives that were analyzed and in the conclusion of the operational study, it shows this, that for the short term with 2 or 3 lanes in each direction, you're really not going to address the long-term needs of not just the local traffic moving around the area, but also the through traffic, whether they're going across the state or they're going from Minden, Gardnerville, Carson out to Trick or Silver Springs or further. We need to figure out how to address both of those traffic needs. And so in the future, beyond this project that we're developing right now, our thought in accordance with the operational study is figure out, work with Lyon County, work with commissioners, work with the residents to figure out how to separate the local and the through traffic. And the reality of that is start to develop, there's already a number of frontage roads out there, but start to develop separation of that traffic. Our first example of what that would be is take the busiest intersection, probably Fort Churchill and 6 Mile, and grade separate it. Put the through traffic up and over the top, put an intersection underneath, put frontage roads that connect to that. There's actually room there, so we can plan ahead and make room for frontage roads in that area and separate that traffic. Beyond that, it would be another project, go towards the west, tie it down to Fortune or Traditions. With all of the development that's planned for Traditions, that would seem like the next logical step to tie that separation of traffic down to all of the development that's planned at Traditions and start to make it safer for everybody, for the people who are passing through and for the people who are driving around town. So that was the suggestion. It was actually in the operational study. And it's something that has been talked about. NDOT can put this into their plan, into our plan. In previous discussions, we talked about being a STIP. NDOT STIP is our statewide transportation improvement program. It actually only covers 4 years of what our near-term plan is. At the same time, the department's working on how do we plan for all the needs around the state and extend it out. Our goal right now is to extend that out to have a 10-year plan so that everybody who wants to look at it, public information, north, south, east, west of the state, can look at it and say what's NDOT planning for not just the next 2, 3, or 4 years, but into the future. And so the potential to do some kind of a grade separation at, say, Fort Churchill first can be analyzed, developed, coordinated with the county, and put into our plan. So technically, it wouldn't be a STIP project because that would be in our 4-year plan, but something we would put on what we're calling our mid-range plan. Our thoughts are we can coordinate something like that and potentially have the money to do something like that in about 10 years. So in terms of future improvements, that's really what we would do, because we heard the concerns of commissioners and the residents out there when we did the study, that you have both scenarios. You have people passing through that want to get through as quickly as possible, and you have people who are traveling around the community, into or out of and around the community on Highway 50, and they want to do that safely also. So that's the project we're working on. Future improvements that we're considering, and I mentioned the project we're working on, so that schedule, this slide that we presented before, is not changed. The schedule is the same. The changes I discussed earlier are minor and don't affect the schedule. So this is our timeline for developing this near-term project. And then our plan, I mentioned, looking at future improvements down the road, would be something we would coordinate with the commission, with the county, with the residents. So this is a schedule of our current project. And then as we indicated before and promised, we will still continue to reach out to the public to inform them what's going on with this specific project. Development timelines, input is still a valuable part of developing a project, even after we did the operational study. And just for on the record, and whoever wants to reach in and contact us, we have our project manager's information here. That is what I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions? Mr.
Right.
Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you for the presentation. It's very informative, and I want to thank you more so for taking the time to listen to us and come talk to us and take our concerns. And I know last time you were here to make a presentation, it didn't quite go as we all planned, but I want to thank you for your efforts, and I think you're on the right track now.
Good, appreciate that.
Commissioner Keller.
I want to thank you too. I know we caught you off guard at the last one, so you've done a complete change now that we've been able to talk to you departments and everything else, and it's been fantastic. And I want to keep that going. You were talking about the 4-year STIP, but we're looking at the 10-year. Everything else is out 10 years. And that's a highway transportation corridor that we're going to have to probably keep it to freeway standard and figure out what else we're going to do. But if they have that on the NDOT, I'd like to have the county have it on ours, so the public knows what we're looking at, so it doesn't look like it's something new all the time. And if they have questions, they can bring it up along the way. I've talked to all your team so far, and it's been fantastic. So as long as we can just keep that going, that's all we ask for, and we'll go through it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jacobson.
I just wanted to thank you again, sir, for the meeting in Dayton, that one kind of one-on-one that was very beneficial to me. And then, so just to help me, so an example, where I'll turn in, let's say at Maverick, get some gas, I'm gonna be turning left there. Is that what you're calling one of the median installations in there? Is that,
I have to get back to you with the specifics, but
well, you don't have to get back to me. I'm just
I will.
curious if because I'm just not sure of median installation and where those might go in, and or just a generalization on where those go in.
good. So, and our project manager, whose information I put on the screen is Pedro Rodriguez. He's here. He clarified that at Maverick is Cardelli, right? So that'll be a signal.
Okay.
That'll be a signal there. The example I was going to give, and you won't be able to see it on the screen, but if you look at say to the west of Riverboat and Cardelli, if there's two approaches that go into that neighborhood that have an easy connection either on a frontage road that you have there already, or in through the neighborhood and back out, where it's easy to come out either street knowing where you're going to go. If you're coming from that neighborhood and you're going to Carson and coming back, we might put call it a worm island or a median island. So only one of those approaches is used, so that you don't have somebody turning left out of one and right out of the other.
That's what I run into right now.
That's the safety improvement we want to make.
All right.
We don't want to go in and limit somebody's access where they're going down and doing a U-turn and getting into the flow of traffic and coming back.
Yeah.
That's a challenge we have to balance, but more specifically, if it's not somewhere, we're not going to put lights through the whole corridor. We want to make it safer because there's a lot of people coming out there and a lot of people coming out at 6 Mile and Fort Churchill. That's why we would put lights there, so that access is controlled and safer. It's the other ones where we might put some islands and require that those residents go to the one or the other. So
yeah, you totally answered. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Good.
And appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anything further?
I just wanted to thank you. You've, your staff meeting with each of us individually, and the effort that you've put into getting this the way that the public and the commission wants it. Appreciate it a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Good.
much.
Thank you very much.
And we are moving to item number
Mr. Chair, there
9.
is a hand up on Zoom. I don't know.
There was a hand. Oh, Norman Lee.
Do you wanna?
Do you want to hold on for just a second? We have a hand up from Zoom.
Can you open it for public participation?
Yeah, public participation. Any questions from the public? And I see one from Mr. Lee. You are unmuted.
Thank you very much. My question has to do with the speed and the signals. With two signals at Cardelli and 6 Mile Canyon, that's a short distance between them. Are you keeping a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit all the way through, so that you've got 60 mile an hour and people getting a signal change on them, and then up to 60 mile an hour again, and then another signal?
So, Mr. Chair, and to the question, in our engineering standards, those signals typically on that speed of a road you'd require more of a distance in between. So we can't move where everybody lives already. We can't, based on the development, we can't move the access down, say, 1,500 feet in one direction or another. So what we're planning on doing is we'll put those signals in. We'll acknowledge that those signals might be closer together than they should be, but the idea that the signals will be tied together, there'll be timing. I think we talked before, it was brought up in a conversation where you'll have the traffic come down, you'll have a yellow light. If you think of it from the outside, it's from the inside too, but from the outside where you have a yellow light that stays yellow long enough for you to slow down from the speed you're going, 60, 65, 75, 60, right? 60 down to a stop, right? Then what'll happen is the cars, the timing, the cross street, the traffic goes, enters the road safely, goes either direction, you develop a platoon of cars. Then those cars get the green light and then start speeding up. So first thing, those signals will be tied together, and the approach, even if a car makes the first light, gets a yellow for the second, the timing and the space is there for them to have a long enough yellow light to slow down and stop. So getting stopped at either, going either direction, and we call it platooning, line up a bunch of cars. If there's a lot of traffic, we know there's a lot of traffic, those cars all start, go up to speed, approach the next light, get a yellow or don't, hopefully don't, because we put them in a platoon and we want to move them through town on their way, the way they're going. So we'll have the appropriate elite yellow, the appropriate timing between the two signals so they're matched together, and then see if the signals are operating efficiently and safely. It's an excellent question, because we have the same one, we've been looking at it, is I just said we're not going to reduce the speed. And I didn't say we might reduce the speed for safety, but it's a tricky scenario. We can't move where the people live. We can't move where they're coming onto the road from. We're going to put them in. We're going to analyze how it works. If it feels like people are at a green light and they think they're on a drag strip, right? Then we might do something. And the thought and the question, which again, I appreciate, is would you lower that speed? We just talked about lowering the speed and how effective it would be or not. So a sign on the side with a straight road with 3,500 feet to the next signal, it's an interesting challenge, but we'll address it. Put the signals in, we do this all over, put in the signals, adjust the timing, see how the traffic reacts to the signals, and go from there.
Okay. I have Amanda Bernan's hand up.
Good morning, Amanda Bernan. I just have a question on the slide that had the controlled access alternative and separation of local and through traffic. Does that mean that additional frontage roads could possibly be installed and there'd be fewer access points onto the highway through that corridor? And then I had an additional question on the last slide. What CAMPO stands for, CAMPO.
Got it. Second one first. Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. So it's interesting to call the area metropolitan, meets the criteria, actually allows Minden, Gardnerville, Carson, Dayton, does it reach further east than that? Dayton, to all work together as a planning organization, actually have some access to more funding, federal funding that's used for local purposes, and just to have a grand plan. So that is a group that meets, that includes Lyon County for planning purposes. So Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. And then to your question, yes, controlled access is controlled access. So if you picture all the access points now, at some point in the future, I said 10 years for one, I wouldn't be surprised 20 to 25 years for the whole thing to be finished. But the idea that you come down from, I'm sorry, who knows what we'd be doing in Stagecoach, right? Who knows what we would be planning in this next, say, 25 or 30 years through the rest of Dayton. But in this corridor, the potential would be an interchange on the east, interchange at 6 Mile, interchange at Fortune or Traditions, drop back down to whatever goes through Dayton, but an extensive network of frontage roads extended on both sides for local access and controlling, allowing the through traffic to go through and allowing the local traffic to have all the access that they have now to their community and some focused access onto the highway.
Nothing further on Zoom. Do we have a question? Okay. In-house question.
Yes, hi, Melinda Cash,
Mhm.
Roundhouse Advisory Board. I think our community could greatly benefit from many of these similar things. The medium islands, the high T intersections, and definitely the right turn lanes. And I'm just wondering when the Mound House Highway 50 corridor could possibly be added or be considered to, projects.
Again, Darren Tedford for the record, it's an interesting process how the department goes around and does studies. But the explanation for how we do it is, we are attempting to gather the needs on the roads of our roads that we maintain statewide constantly. And so, needs could be growth, growth that's not just traffic volumes, but development growth. It could be crashes, number of crashes, types of crashes. It can be anticipated growth where it's not just something that's there already. Put the loops across the road and count traffic on the cross streets or on our main road, but it's working with the local agencies to anticipate development. And when those needs are indicated, we try to do. Not everybody likes to hear us say we're going to do a study, but we have to gather the needs, acknowledge them, figure out what to do about them. So we did this study. We did a study that maybe you've heard about in our transportation board up at the lake because there was a concentration of needs. Most recently, before that, up on Mount Rose Highway because of indication of a bunch of different types of needs. So we are constantly looking at all of our roads and gathering the needs, and the needs turned into a study, the study turned into recommendations. And as quickly as possible with the money that we have, we try to turn those recommendations into projects. So to directly answer your question of when, I'm not sure, but it's something that we're always looking at. Through well, you could go through Pedro's contact information, but you can get to our, I'll give you my card and get to our planning group, see if we have anything planned. And I just say constantly, we're looking at the needs all over the state. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Keller.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the highway department. The NDOT has to go through their different projects, and this one is a permanent project for the resurfacing. That's what we're looking at right now. But the long term over the whole thing, we look at the whole Highway 50 corridor. So we'll look all the way from county line to county line and try to even recapture some of that highway that we've given up to make it a boulevard, to try and get it back to where, because we're not going to get any new highways. So we've got to take care of what we got. And so that's the long term look at it. So even though we're putting in stoplights, I consider that as a temporary thing that could be going away because of grade separations or other things. So that's why I wanted it on our website. As things change, we'll try and recapture, in my opinion, we'll recapture the highway back and get transportation. And I think Campo ends at Chev's somewhere right there. So it's two different types of funding in those areas too. And we work through Campo. So the 2024 funding opportunities from the federal government just came out. So we'll be looking at two different sections. So that's how we're looking at it.
I don't think we have anything further. Thank you for the presentation, unless we address them. Okay, I don't see any more hands and I don't see any more people lined up, so we will continue on. Okay, we are at 9 then, elected officials reports. And I see the sheriff getting up.
Good morning, Brad Pope, Lyon County Sheriff for the record. Before I start, I know Commissioner Jacobson mentioned two people who passed away in Fernley, but also like to notify the chief who passed away in Fernley. We'll be attending his funeral tomorrow. Also, if we can keep in our thoughts and prayers, 2 troopers that were killed. Members from our agency will be attending one funeral on Friday, and myself and the chief deputy will be going down Monday to attend the second funeral. And also the victims of the UNLV shooting. keep those guys in our prayer. Been a busy month since I spoke here last. Got some statistics from the school district. And we sought these statistics based on our zero tolerance policy. I want to share them with the board. Confirmed bullying across the district is down 86%. Controlled substances, distribution, use and possession are down 25%. Firearms and dangerous weapons are down 60%. Violence to others, one-sided, is down 33%. Violence to others fighting is down 46%. We have not seen a decrease or an increase in violence to staff. Go figure. So the school district cites a lot of contributing factors to that change. One of them being our zero tolerance policy and the school staff being brought up to speed on zero tolerance. So so far it's worked out good. Now that's based on the same time period from last year. So first day of school through December 1st, both years. Going to be attending a lot of events. We have the tree lighting in Springs, both command staff and members of the Silver Springs squad at. We have the Urington parade Saturday. That Lieutenant Joyner has gone all out for the sheriff's office, and should be a pretty good show. So we're kind of excited about that. December 16th, we have Shop with the Sheriff in Fernley. We were able to expand the program this year to include 40 kids, up from 30 kids last year. We're going to do it in 2 shifts. We have a lot of volunteers from our department that they're going to take the kids shopping. So we had to increase our fundraising. We had to get up to $12,000 to supply Christmas for those 40 kids. So I appreciate Commissioner Hockaday just made a donation. Really appreciate Keller's donation. Hendricks's, a lot of people in this room have, and we really appreciate it. Right now we're hiring 6 within the next 2 weeks. 3 of those are already Cat 1 certified. So they'll have a short FTO, hit the street pretty quick. 1 is already Category 3 certified. They'll start working in the jail, shortened FTO. What that does is we'll be able to transfer an uncertified or not a Cat 1 certified person out of the jail, get them into field training and increase our numbers on patrol. And we're hiring 2 uncertified people to start working. In January, we're sending 5 to the academy, hoping to boost our numbers up. And we're looking good going into 2024. I'm also going to stick around for Miller Lane IAZI discussion. Have some data that I'd like to share with the board. And I think it'll help you guys make your decision.
Questions?
Congratulations.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chairman. I did attend a fundraiser for the Shop of the Sheriff. Went to the Fernley Chamber of Commerce, and they were raising money to help kick in. And I guess I must be what they call dead money, because I was in and out of there in no time. But and I did not win the poker tournament. But thank you for all you do with that. And thank you for bringing up Mr. Carr. He was I can't believe I forgot it, but he was a true gentleman and will be greatly missed. So thank you for that, sir.
Commissioner Hendricks.
I just thought you might want to mention your raffle and where people can get tickets for that.
Yeah, we're selling raffle tickets. It's like a 10-foot chainsaw carved bear. It's the main prize, and they're $5 a ticket. You go to any one of the substations or sheriff's office and buy them. The drawing's December 12th.
Commissioner Hendricks.
Oh, that's it.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sheriff, thank you again for your presentation and all the events that you keep doing with the young kids. You know, and that's very beneficial, and hopefully will lessen the workload of people that follow you. I did excuse me. I want to thank you for bringing up the 2 NHP officers that were tragically lost, and it just reinforces how dangerous you guys' jobs are. You know, and please give our appreciation to all your deputies, and please tell them to be safe out there. Thank you.
Commissioner Keller.
Yeah, I know that the sheriff's department gets a lot of negativity on the internet and elsewhere from emails and stuff that I get, but I think you guys are doing a fantastic job, and it's easy for them to call shots out from that, but they're never here. So I think you're doing a fantastic job.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate the update and presentation. Thank you. Any other elected officials in the room? Don't see anybody. Appointed official reports. Are you ready to jump up? I see Mr. Carriola coming up.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Louis Carriola, Community Development Director. I just have a quick PowerPoint. We did record a final map in November. Traditions, Village 1, Phase 2. Sites located in Dayton, north side of the highway. And the subdivision includes 65 single-family residential lots. The smallest being just under 7,000 square feet, the largest at 15,221 square feet. I made a quick graphic showing you both the biggest and the smallest lot in this phase of traditions. And the map was recorded on November 28th, 2023. If you have any questions, I'll try and answer them.
Questions? Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, ball.
Those aren't real snowballs.
Yeah.
Josh Boy, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. I just wanted to update you on a few things. The audit report is complete. We'll be presenting that at your next meeting, so you each have a copy of it if you want to, enjoy getting some sleep at night and start from that. We'll put you right out. If not, you can leave it here and I'll go through it at your next meeting. In addition to that, the Justice Complex, the upstairs remodel is moving along. They're still ahead of schedule. You might talk Andrew into taking you through on a tour one of these days if you just one by one go through. And it's mostly sheetrock at this point. And so they're finishing up sheetrock, they're texturing, they're doing some painting as they go, working on flooring. So they're really going to town on it. Yerington town. The ceiling and the HVAC systems and the lightings that are there are going to require a scissor lift on the county to be able to maintain those and be able to get the people safely up above the HVAC systems. So facilities has requested that be on the next agenda. So it'll be coming up. It's just over $20,000 for that, but it's something they're going to need on a regular basis to maintain that upstairs of the building. In addition to that, facilities told me that Dressler Park, where they're replacing the pressure tank for the water system and working on well stuff, that they're making good progress on that project. It was in this year for a $40,000 capital improvement item. As they were evaluating that and actually getting into the work, they had the recommendation that they move all the electrical inside the building instead of being outside the building. They figured it would be longer lasting and more effective that way. So they've asked for a change or not a change order, an item to come from contingency on the next agenda, approximately $10,000 to relocate that. We would do the work in-house on that particular piece, just so you're aware. And let's see, the last piece, HR asked me to get with you and let you know that Andrew's review is coming up for next month. And so if you would kindly get your remarks, evaluations back by the 21st of this month, that gives us time to put it on the agenda and have it out sometime. So that's all I have for my report.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad you brought up contingency because I was going to bring that up sooner or later. Could we get a summary of where we're at? We're about halfway through the fiscal year on what was allocated and what's still available.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, the courthouse project, is it within budget?
It is within budget currently. We did authorize, or the board authorized a 5% change order allowance for the county manager to take care of. So far, the only change order that has been signed is a negative change order where we got to deduct on it for about $6,000. But there are 4 or 5 that are change orders that are in the process of coming through. they open up a wall to put a door in there and find electrical in that wall that they have to move, things like that. And so we still expect that we're going to remain within budget. Contractor has been fantastic to work with. Architects have been great to work with. So we're making progress. We should have that project done in theory sometime May or June. And that's right about where our cash flow runs down to zero on the funding for that. So we're right in where we want to be.
Thank you.
Questions further? No, and I've had a couple of tours over there and they are moving along quite well. Work looks really good and I'll be happy to see it finished. Thank you, Andrew, for taking me over there and walking me through the projects.
And if any commissioners are interested, just let me know.
Anything further? Then we'll move on. Do you have any other appointed official reports? Don't see anybody jumping up, so we will move to the next page. Item 11, advisory board reports. We have this Cash coming up.
Hello, Melinda Cash, Chairman, Mountain House Advisory Board. Figure it's nice if we come in person once in a while so you can see us. Anyhow, just a couple of things. I, first of all, really wanted to thank the staff for all their help they do for us on a continued basis. And the sheriff's office for always coming and giving us wonderful updates. And especially to Commissioner Henderson and his cookies were delicious. Thank you so much. And the one thing we have coming up on our agenda are actions, December 16th, we are having a free event sponsored by the advisory board. Our Cookies with Santa, it's from 4 to 6 p.m. There's the brochure. There you go. And we welcome all of you to come. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Amanda Bernand.
Good morning, Amanda Bernand. I'm the vice chair of the Stagecoach Advisory Board. The chair, Charles Shirley, wasn't able to attend this meeting. Last night, Annette Carpenter has volunteered on our Stagecoach Advisory Board for the past 16 years. And this year she decided to step down. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Hendricks for attending our meeting last evening and also recognizing Annette for her long-term volunteer service. She provided her with a certificate and some very nice set of Nevada coasters. At the board meeting, we provided some brief information about the draft 2023 Lyon County Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan and a synopsis of the public input that's been received and that comments are due tomorrow, December 8th, and how to comment if people still wanted to comment on that. Another agenda item we had was we discussed a proposed ordinance amending Title 15 Land Use and Development Code related to residential design standards, manufactured home standards, and affordable housing standards. And this discussion centered around the November 2nd Board of County Commissioners agenda item and reports on that. And we are aware the commissioners recommended this ordinance be postponed and brought back after taking some recommendations into consideration. There were concerns brought up by the residents that Lyon County becoming an HOA with these strict requirements, specifically the minimum 1,200 square foot homes on lots greater than 9,000 square feet, private property rights, and also the amount of time spent with the residents on when Title 15 was being developed, and that it's already being amended. So the Stagecoach Advisory Board made a motion which passed unanimously to deny a recommendation to approve the proposed ordinance amending Title 15 as it's currently written. Now, as it is possible that changes may occur, and there has been a lot of public response and concern, our board is also requesting that the revised amendments to this ordinance be brought before the advisory boards, before it's voted on at the next Board of County Commissioners meeting or when it is on that agenda. And that's so the residents can be informed and understand the full amendment, because I think there is some confusion about what's occurring with this as well. So it would be nice to be brought before the boards. I'd also like to thank the Sheriff's Office for providing a representative from the Sheriff Office who have attended every Stagecoach Advisory Board meeting this year. I know they're very busy, and it's great that the sheriff's office takes the time to have information provided to the community and allow the residents to ask questions. This is very much appreciated from Sheriff Pope and the sheriff's office. And lastly, I also wanted to thank Doug Homestead. We noticed that we do have some new tables at the Stagecoach Community Center, which are very nice. And they also fixed the light at the front door. So it was nice not to enter a little black hole when we entered the building. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the commissioners? Okay. Any further advisory board? I don't see anything on Zoom. Nobody's stepping up in the chambers, so we will move on to item 12. Consent agenda. Actions will be taken on all items. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and may be acted upon by the Board of County Commissioners with one action and without any extensive hearing. Any member of the board or any citizen may request that an item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed and acted upon separately during this meeting. I'll ask my commissioners here, do we have anything from the consent agenda that they'd like to pull? All right, if not, I'm going to request that we pull item 12B, which is approved the November 16th, 2023 minutes for a couple of items that I noticed. So I would like to pull 12B. Anything from the public? Nothing from the public, then I'll look for a motion.
Chairman Hockaday, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda 12A and then 12C through 12G, pulling 12B from the consent agenda to be discussed after.
Okay.
Second.
Second from, okay, motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Keller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Well, B, I'll take a look at that, for possible action, approve the November 16th, 2023 minutes. And what I noticed, on item 2 of the minutes, invocation given by, we have Archie or Travis. That needs to be Archie since he's the one that gave us our invocation. So we need to scratch the other part there. When we get down to recess to convene as Board of Health, it says Chairwoman Dr. Robin Titus stated Commissioner Hockaday, Henderson, Keller, Hendricks, and Jacobson, period. So stated what? I believe that should say stated that we were in attendance or present. So the word, I would say present would be good because Sheriff Brad Pope arrived at 9:53 and that would be his presence in the meeting. So those would be the only two quick corrections since we really don't have a sentence on that unless we add that extra word. Anybody have anything further that they might have caught on the minutes? If not, then I will look for a motion to accept 12B.
Mr. Chair, I, excuse me. I move that we approve the November 16th, 2023 minutes with the corrections as noted.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take Commissioner Hendricks. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. So
Can we take a break?
we're going to take. You're reading my mind. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at, let's say, well, 10:15. Take a break. Be going. I gave you all 2 extra minutes.
Thank you. I needed it.
All right, we'll reconvene at 10:17. At a request from Sheriff's Department, since they're here to discuss Miller Lane and Ayazi Lane and Pete Hendricks, we are going to move to 16B for discussion and possible action. Provide direction to staff regarding Miller Lane, Ayazi Lane, and Pete Hendricks Road. Discussion to include safety concerns and alternatives for speed limits. So, Mr. Holman.
Good morning, Dustin Holman, Road Director for Lyon County, for the record. So I as we're all aware, these roads have been an issue for quite some time, basically since GPSs started putting this as a bypass of the fastest route between, we'll say Vegas and Reno, or anywhere in between in Reno. So have some crash data, and I know that Chief Draper's here, and he's gonna talk some about the crashes and the data just at the corner of Miller and Iazzi. You have seen some of this data before and heard it. So 2012, there was one reported accident at this corner. Between 2012 and 2016, there was no reported accidents. 2016, there was one. 2017, there was one. 2018, there was 3. 2019, there was 14. 2020, there was 12. 2021, there was 14. And I just got information from dispatch this morning. So up until March of 2022, just from January to March, there was 2. From March of 2022 until the present, there was 41. And in that time, we had that road closed for 1 week shy of 4 months this summer due to flooding. So we have a very big issue with that. We are trying to get some federal funding to make a sweeping turn that would go out through Endow property on the old Iazzi Ranch, through the old fields. We're working with state lands on that. But it's, and I don't have the exact numbers of locals versus non-locals that are crashing at this corner. A good 90% of them happen at night. And it's people following their GPS, it's the bypass. Speed is a huge factor. The last traffic study that we had done out there, which was on Miller Lane, a little closer to 95 North. The 85th percentile, so 85% of the traffic on that road was driving 65.36 miles an hour. And that is going westbound. Eastbound was 64.2 miles an hour. So basically 65 mile an hour was 85% of the traffic was driving at a posted 45. So the Hendricks, which that is a narrow road. We acquired that road in the early 60s from NDOT. That used to be the old highway. On average right now, it is 19 foot wide. So you figure 9.5 foot travel lanes. It's posted for no truck traffic. There's still quite a few trucks that still try and use it. So you get a semi truck on that road and somebody coming the other direction, there's not much room for either one of them to pass. But the 85th percentile on that road was 64 and 67 depending on the direction. So pretty close to an average of 65 miles an hour on that one as well. So between all 3 of these roads, I would recommend that we drop the posted speed limit from 45 to 30 mile an hour. Now, this data here shows that they're going 10 over the speed limit, which a lot of people tend to, that's kind of their thing, is 10 over, which they'd be doing 55. So they're doing 20 over on this. The bulk of that speeding is happening in the evening or night hours, which is where we're getting the wrecks at that corner, is the evening and night hours. So per the MUTCD, which is the book that we pretty much go by, and I have it on the table back there, It does state. I have it here somewhere so I can read it to you, but it states, stop signs should never be used on a through roadway or expressway and should not be used for speed control. So, I mean, that's pretty much what every entity goes off of, including NDOT, is the MUTCD. So if we go out and start throwing speed limits or stop signs up at the corner, other intersections, trying to slow people down, people that use that weekly go through there. There's never been a stop sign there, or somebody stopped at it and they were random. We will more than likely end up in court, and it's wouldn't look real good for us when we go by the MUTCD and it specifically states in there that you don't use a stop sign for speed control. My recommendation is dropping the speed limit down to 30 mile an hour. And I know sheriff's post guys have a lot bigger fish to fry a lot of times than vehicle stops for speeding out on a rural road like that. But with it being the bypass, if we could get traffic slowed down at 30 mile an hour, it's 5 minutes quicker to come 95 through town and back out 95 north on the bypass than going that way. Currently, it's about 2 minutes shorter taking the bypass than coming through town. And a lot of that depends on how much traffic's at the two intersections, what time of day it is. But if we could cut that to 5 minutes shorter coming through town and get it off of all of the GPSs that are routing people that way, this number will go back down, because you can pretty much tell when the GPS has started putting this on as the fastest route to the crash numbers. I mean, they significantly jumped up, and I believe it was like 2018, they significantly jumped up to the crashes, and that was due to that's when the GPS has started routing people that direction as the fastest route. If we can get that off of the fastest route, that would eliminate a lot of the crashes. Knock on wood, nobody's died at that corner yet. I know just Thanksgiving, the weekend after Thanksgiving, Mason Valley care flighted somebody out of there that crashed. So, and there've been multiple pretty severe injuries at that location. And that crash data doesn't include, 2 years ago, Perry's put a drainage ditch, purchased property out there, realigned the drainage ditch along Iazzie Lane. So before people, if they missed the corner, they were out in the field, back on the road, and they were gone, was never called in, never reported. So that crash data doesn't include any of those that weren't never reported to dispatch. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. I know that there's other people here that would like to speak in public comment too. So.
Commissioner Hendricks?
If the speed limit's lowered, how long would it take the GPS to update their information and no longer post it as the fastest route?
I honestly can't answer that question. I know it took them about a month and a half to take it off as the fastest route once we closed it. And it all depends on the speed that people are traveling. I mean, like I said, I know that Sheriff Pope has a lot bigger fish to fry, but if we could have a sheriff's presence, I know they put one of their old decoy cars out there just to help slow people down. I mean, as much sheriff presence as we could get out there and writing tickets. I mean, it wouldn't take that long for word of mouth to get around and people posting it. And for them, I mean, it may be a couple months, but yeah, I believe this is where we need to start, is dropping the speed legally, we can't just go out and drop the speed because we want to. Pete Hendricks is a narrow road. The speed needs to be slowed down on it. The crash data that we have at this corner definitely proves that the speed needs to be dropped and known.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said most of the accidents occur at night. Do we have the authority in Nevada law to have a bifurcated speed limit? 45 in a day, 30 at night?
I would have to look into that.
I'd be interested to know that.
My personal opinion is that would get confusing to people if we had two different speed limit signs up there. I mean, it is posted at that corner. I mean, we've got rumble strips rammed into the road. We put the blinking turn signs up, 15 mile an hour.
Yeah, but
They don't see it until it's too late.
yeah, but I know I've seen that in other parts of the country. I don't know about Nevada, but that'd be something I'd be curious for us to check into.
Yeah, I can check into that. Get back to you.
Commissioner Coyle? Okay. Anything, Commissioner Jacobson? I've been on this subject for more than 2 years. Since it is in my district. I know that part of the study we did on Pete Hendricks had about 20 cars doing 90 to 100 miles an hour. And of course, my concern has been Bybee and Pete Hendricks because we had 2 people die at that intersection. But not sure how we're going to resolve the problem there at that turn. I've driven there at 45 miles an hour, and you know, you can do it, but you've got someone about 3 feet off your bumper until they can pass you across a double yellow. And then you just say, well, maybe I'll see them down in the ditch at the corner. But it's a very difficult problem to try to solve. So any other questions? Any questions for, I see a hand. No, that was your hand. Okay. Not a problem. Well, next presentation, then we'll have Sheriff Pope.
Lyon County Sheriff Brad Pope for the record. And when I share this data, I don't mean to contradict Dustin. Dustin called our dispatch center for statistics. And they did the best they can, but we use Brazos for our accidents forms, and dispatch doesn't have access to those. So since January 1 of 2020, we've had 59 total accidents. And Dustin's right. They all occur, I would say 95% of them occur after daylight hours. Not one of those accidents had a local driver in it. So the closest local driver was one driver from Fernley that was involved in that accident. Not that we don't need to protect citizens and driving through our county, but the locals are well aware of the corner. They're also well aware of the speed. They speed through there just like the people traveling through. The sheriff's office, we put a dummy car out there yesterday, about 200 yards south of Ayazi. It seems the majority of the accidents are northbound on Ayazi, and they continue driving right into that field. Daylight visibility on Ayazi is great. You can see all the way the length, but once that sun starts going down, you can't see the turn. We've looked at it, we've analyzed it, as an office. This morning, as a matter of fact, I put my cruise control on 30, started on Miller Lane, much to the dismay of everybody behind me. And it took me 18 minutes to drive from Miller Lane to the highway. Went back and did it again at 35, took me 16 minutes. Went back at the posted speed limit, took me 11 minutes and 59 seconds. The 45 mile an hour speed limit is faster than going through town. From the highway there to get to Miller Lane going through town took me 13 minutes and 35 seconds. I believe Dustin took you 12:59. I got kind of caught up in traffic a little bit, but the GPS data. So the GPS data doesn't necessarily go off of what the posted speed limit is. So when you punch a direction into your phone, your car computer, etc., it's broadcasted. And so it shows you going down the highway to Miller Lane, and it calculates those 2 points. Regardless of the speed limit, it calculates how long it takes you to travel that distance. And then the algorithm also kicks in what the shortest distance is. So even if the posted speed limit is 35 miles an hour, and we still have people doing 60, it's still going to reference that as the fastest way to go from Highway 95 east to Highway 95. Because cars are traveling that. Now, if everybody did the posted speed limit, everybody drove the posted speed limit, absolutely, they would, the car data would kick in and they would kick that out, but we just talked about Highway 50. Speed limit 60 miles an hour, cars are doing 70. We're stopping everybody we can on these roads. Personally did 18 traffic stops on Miller Lane. 2 days later, there's 2 cars in the ditch. Like I said, with the data here, these are not local people. So we can write 200 tickets tomorrow and 200 people that don't even know that these tickets were written, no word of mouth spread. They're going to travel through there and one might end up in a ditch. So it's not necessarily a law enforcement issue as far as tickets are the solution. Some sort of legislative matter needs to happen, whether that's reducing the speed limits. We think that's going to take place. Again, I don't mean to contradict Dustin or anyone from the county. My thought process is make Miller and Ayazi a two-way stop. I know that it's curved, but put a stop sign on one side and a stop sign on another. Big flashing red stop sign worked. It kept people from driving through Ayazi to Pete Hendricks and ending up in that Perry's ditch where there used to be a house. Stop sign is very visible. I don't know if we don't want to use that for speed control. I completely understand, but I've driven this on my whole career. We went out and analyzed it, looked at it, how the sheriff's office can protect the people traveling through our county. That seems to be the best solution that we can come up with. That's not a normal road department solution. I apologize. I'm a law enforcement, so I think one way, put a stop sign in there and get them to stop before they drive into the field. So my STEP team wrote something like 40 sites out there in 2 hours and it had no effect. So like I said, these are not local people writing tickets. The dummy car, I think, is going to help. We're running that experiment for we'll see what that data looks like over the next month. But that's where we're at from a sheriff's office. That's what I think would be the best fix. But again, I'm not a road expert, so just want to share that with people here to speak and so.
Questions? I would agree the stop signs would be great, but then we kind of fall back to that, using it to slow people down. I would say it's not to slow them down, it's to keep them from crashing. That would be my answer if I had to go to court. Because when they are going too fast, they're going to keep going straight and instead of making that 90-degree turn. Got to do something. We've got to make some action happen.
I do have a question.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't just focused on Miller and Ayazi, but just as a general rule, what percentage of drivers in this county speed?
Everybody but me. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. And it really doesn't matter what the numbers are on the signs. You'll see speeding in residential areas, you see speeding on highways, you see speeding on country roads.
Traffic complaints are our number one complaint for sure. So yes.
Thank you.
Anything for Commissioner Jacobson?
So just to be clear, Sheriff Pope, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff Pope, you're recommending stop signs, installing 2 stop signs. Mr. Holman, you're recommending lower the speed limit. I think we have 2 experts here. I'm leaning towards slowing them down and stop signs. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I can agree with that too. Anything further? And we have the chief.
Scott Draper, Mason Valley Fire, for the record. This is not a show of force. I just want you to see the faces of the men and women who actually get up out of their beds each time for these calls. These are them. So thank you. I first presented here 35 days ago, November 2nd to you guys. Since then, we've had 5 crashes in that intersection. 5 major crashes, rollover, a lot of damage to it. One of them, an 11-year-old girl. These guys crawled into the overturned car, extricated her out, put her on a short board, brought her out of the car. She has a broken back, I don't know if she's ever gonna want it. She may spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Now, that's none of our faults, none of your guys' faults. I don't want that to be misrepresented. That's the fault of the person that was driving that car. What we can do is change the conditions out there. I completely agree with Dustin. Completely agree with Sheriff Pope. Both need to be done. Sheriff Pope, I appreciate him putting the patrol car out there. I think it's gonna help. As he spoke, the algorithm is what we need to change. NDOT spoke this morning. If you have a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit, they're gonna go 60, 70. If you have a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, they're gonna go 40, 50. We're accomplishing the goal by lowering the speed limit. We're gonna accomplish the goal by putting a stop sign in at the intersection of Miller and Iazzi. It's not to lower speed, if that's our answer, just as you said, we could argue. It's to save lives. We've had 59 car wrecks there in 1 year, 5 in 35 days. 5 car wrecks in 35 days. I know Mr. Foley's not for the stop signs, but I do think both needs to be done. We have to do something, you have to do something. It's not our fault these guys are wrecking, but if we can change the conditions out there, change the algorithm, we can save lives. And that is what needs to be done. So that is what I'm asking of you today, is to go with Dustin's recommendation of 35 miles an hour, along with Sheriff Pope's recommendation of the stop sign at that intersection. Are they gonna blow the stop signs? Yeah. Are they gonna run them over? Yeah. But it'll eventually improve the situation. Additionally, I would like to see if we could do, I presented last time that we changed those 14 speed limit signs out. It's about $805. It's a small price to pay. Some additional stop signs. I know that's additional, but on state highways, they also have the 3-foot by 3-foot warning signs that are in orange with the speed limit sign in there. If we could put some additional funding to where we could put some of those signs up on these 3 roads, that would be very helpful also. And I do want to make clear that I agree with Dustin's proposal as to Pete Hendricks, Miller, and Iazzi. All 3 roads need to be reduced. So that's what we're here asking you today. And back to Commissioner Henderson's comments about speed and that speed limit signs aren't going to change anything. I think it's proof in here. This is the information that Dustin and I think Josh came up with, that over 85% of them are within that 10-mile-an-hour speed limit. Speed limit is 45. There's over 600 that are doing 55 to 60. So I do believe if we reduce that down, they're still going to speed. They're still going to go above the speed limit. And like Sheriff Pope said, stopping them is not going to solve the problem. We just need to try to slow traffic down at all, because these are transient drivers. These are not, I can't recall one local in any of our events. These are transient drivers that are driving from Oregon to Vegas 1 time a year. So that would be my ask of you guys today, is to approve or direct the lower speed limit to 30 miles an hour. Additionally, 2 stop signs at Miller and Iazzi.
Any further commissioners on it? Okay, public.
Um,
Anybody oh, yeah, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to thank all you men and women for volunteering, I believe, for the Mesa Valley area. So thank you very much.
Public. Any public comment? Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jerry Bryant, and I stand before you today in my capacity as a citizen, councilman, and the mayor pro tem for the city of Yerington. The issue of Miller Lane has been a persistent topic over the years. A lot of what we've heard today, I'm in steadfast agreement with. Lowering the speed to 30 miles per hour. It does need to go all the way through to Pete Hendricks, where it outlets at all 95 on the other side, as well as additional stop signs. I would also ask that you consider these stop signs at the intersection of North Bybee and Hendricks as well, as that is a trouble spot, especially if the traffic does excessively surpass the posted speed limit. As Dustin mentioned earlier, a lot of the solutions on this in the past have been hypothetical, but we had about a 4-month window this summer due to the flood over Miller Lane, where we saw real examples of how we would be impacted. Now, during that time when Miller Lane was closed, there was a 0% increase of incidents along all 95. So while we pushed that traffic and kept it on the highways, there was no increase to emergency services whatsoever coming through town. It was a significant decrease. So keeping the highway traffic on the highway is the best thing we could do. For those of you that are not familiar with Miller Lane, I would ask you to think of Ramsey Weeks. They have a lot of similarities. The posted speed limit's 45. It's a county country road. The width and the infrastructure of that road is not suitable for highway traffic. It is crumbling on the sides due to the amount of traffic it receives. And while you're thinking of Ramsey Weeks, now think of Ramsey Weeks with 290-degree turns. That's what we're dealing with. They're driving 65 and a 90-degree turn hits them out of nowhere. So that is why we need this. So I would encourage you also for the stop sign at the intersection, or I'm sorry, at the turn, as well as at North Bybee and Pete Hendricks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? If not,
thank you.
Thank you for the presentation on that. Commissioner Keller.
Now, after hearing everything, what was the problem with the stop signs as far as legal?
Dustin Holman, road director for the record. So they state, the MUTCD states that you should not use them for speed control. The intersection of Iazzi and Miller is a three-way intersection. It's through from Miller to Iazzi. There's a dirt road that comes off from on the east side of that corner that accesses agricultural ground further out to the east. Very limited traffic. The warrants really aren't there other than the accidents for stop signs. And if people would do the posted speed limit and the posted speed limit for the corner, there would be no issue. It's one reason this is before the board for your approval and your suggestions on what to do at that corner. I completely agree with Sheriff Pope and Chief Draper. Put stop signs up there. We'll still get some accidents. We'll have to put the blinking stop signs up there, which for, well, 5 years ago, they're roughly $2,500 a piece. So they're probably 2,800-ish now. And we would want to buy probably 4 of them for a simple fact that as soon as somebody runs one over, it's no good anymore. And we got to have something to replace it with. So we would constantly have a backup sign to be able to put up. If that's the direction the board would like to go.
I see Josh behind there, so I want to get his input too, but I'm also looking at, I understand how you work under your warrants, but I look at how the highway works and you have to go through warrants the same way, but the governor can do a political warrant and it's done and there's no fight. Are we still legal as far as if the board says? Because to me, this is a safety factor, not. So I want to hear,
So
I don't hear from Josh.
I believe that probably at that corner, we would be covered. Putting stop signs up there, the Bybee, and Pete Hendricks, there has been fatalities at that one. But, and I don't know the complete statistics of that accidents. But it's people pulling out from the stop sign in front of oncoming traffic, no different than any of the other roads. But if we can slow that speed down, there may still be accidents, but they're not going to be as severe if that speed is slowed down. At that intersection, the Miller and Iazzi, I mean, you turn on it, it's a straight shot. Had people say they were watching their GPS. Well, The GPS in my truck will tell you in 1,000 feet, turn left, because it's a different street, and it's not the same road that's just got a corner, now they're two completely different streets, so it's gonna tell you in 1,000 feet, turn left or turn right. They're just, it's inattentive driving and speed that's getting them. Put a flashing stop sign up there, as somebody had stated, we put one up at Iazi and Pete Hendricks because we constantly have people blowing through that intersection out into the field, through a ditch and out into a field. We did put a blinking stop sign up there, and I don't know, Scott may be able to answer it better than I can, but that I know of, I think we've had either 2 or 3 accidents at that intersection, and I think they've all been with intoxicated people. It wasn't. So it pretty much cured the accidents for the most part at that intersection. So, and that's why, again, that's why we're here for your input and direction on this, so that we're all on the same page.
The Bybee and Pete Hendricks corner that I've discussed several times, it's the people coming off of 95A. They're making a right-hand turn on the Pete Hendricks to basically do the bypass. And I would imagine they're probably coming off of 95A at 70, 80 miles an hour.
But that's a
And-
pretty good corner. They got to slow
Well,
down.
it's a Y, basically. It's
that
a
jump.
Y. I've seen them come off of it, you know, when I'm out there, you know, at the range quite a
Yeah.
bit. But I've seen people coming through there very rapidly, and that's why I said if they either have a warning that there's an intersection or they have to stop, then people that are crossing over Pete Hendricks on Bybee, they have to cross over that street. They're getting slammed in the driver's side by someone doing, let's say, I'll be nice, 65. And you don't stand a chance getting T-boned at 65 miles an hour on the driver's side of your car. And that's where the fatalities occur. So that's why I've said stop signs, 4-way stop. And of course, then the question comes up, do we use stop signs to slow people down? Well, I'll guarantee that the stop signs that run alongside of a main street, just like in Yerington, when you try to go down the streets that parallel the main street, there are stop signs at corners to slow people down. Otherwise, they won't go down the main street. They'll do 50 miles an hour through the residential area. But with stop signs, they go, gee, that's not going to be a fast pace. I'm going to have to slow down at every stop sign.
Well,
Because I've seen this before in, you know, as a planning commissioner, looking at these things. And it's always, the stop signs do slow people down,
oh, definitely.
but they're also a safety issue for cross traffic. So
And I'm personally looking out, I mean, I'm doing my job, doing what you guys pay me to do. Look out for the best interest of the county as well.
and I appreciate that. You do a great job. Anything further from the commission? So we'll get to Mr. Foley, the dollar man.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record, and in this particular situation, it's not the dollars that I have that hat on, it's the risk manager for the county. Because we pay out when, as an example, Andrew and I talked about this, but we put up, had the road department put up guardrails along that Miller and Iazi area years ago. We had a person get in an accident there. We went to court. We paid out over $30,000 and ripped the guardrails out. So when I'm giving you advice on the risk management piece, it's not that I'm trying to tell you what to do. It's that I'm giving you information based on history and my understanding of the dynamics that are out there on federal and state laws and precedents in courts. So with that being said, I firmly support what Dustin has proposed, which would be reducing the speed limits on those roads. I am in support of putting stop signs at the Miller and Iazi intersection because it is a true spot where you can stop and turn. When we get to the Bybee and Pete Hendricks, I am not in support of that. I believe 2 reasons. Number one, I don't believe the traffic data allows Dustin to do that under the federal guidelines. And number two, I think because of that, you're gonna potentially increase accidents. And we've had this discussion before, we can have differences of opinion. But when we have increased accidents there because someone stops at that, not the person who's going across that's currently getting hit broadside, that person's still gonna get hit if someone runs that stop sign. But you have so much traffic going through on Pete Hendricks, someone stops and the person behind them doesn't, they put that stop sign in on what's become kind of an arterial road, even though it's really supposed to be a rural or collector road, then you increase and you're gonna start responding accidents to that location, and I don't want that to happen. And legally, I don't want that to happen. So I'd be in support of what Chief Draper brought up, in support what Dustin brought up on those things. I think the ultimate solution on the Miller Iazzi location itself would be the roundabout, or not roundabout, but the curve that we have requested congressional funding on. Whether or not we get congressional funding, that's something the board may wish to consider going. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you. Seems like our discussions have pretty much covered everything. Looking for a motion.
I do want to ask him a question
Okay, go ahead.
about that liability or whatever. Would, if we ground the road before the corner, does that do the same thing as guardrails, or are we in trouble with that?
No, we actually ground the road before the corner there. We paid $15,000, I believe, putting my dollar hat back on. To put those on both sides, we ground the road so that you have those rumble strips so that you get some notice that maybe you should pay attention. Of course, if you're already doing 90.
Well, you start at 95A and start grinding.
So Tony, back to her.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chairman Hockaday. Well, I just want to me, putting up stop signs doesn't encourage traffic to slow down. It encourages them to stop. So I guess that does slow it down, but if everyone was to stop, we would be better off. Now, once again, we're arguing about how idiots are driving, and we're trying to fix something that maybe can't be fixed. I don't know. Because if they're going to break the law at 45, they're going to break it at 30. I hear an expert in Mr. Holman. I hear an expert in Mr. Pope. And my vote's going to be to support them both. So, and if we get sued, maybe it's time to draw a line in the sand and say we're going to fight this because we did these changes out of public safety, not out of people that are ignoring the signs, and now they're mad because they ignored the warning signs about a stop ahead or the speed limit, and now they're going to sue us because they weren't following the speed limit signs or the warning signs. So I'm going to live less in fear of those cowards and more in fear of public safety. Thank you.
Good. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd still like to know if we could do a split speed limit.
I'll check into that.
I kind of need to know that before I vote.
So I have Dustin Holman, road director, for the record. I have one other thing. So when this issue came up back in 2022 at the Bybee Pete Hendricks intersection, so the MUTCD states a yield or stop sign should not be installed on a higher volume roadway unless justified by an engineering study. And I know we had discussions about this. I got a hold of an engineer out of Reno, Headway Transportation. They do traffic studies. He said that it would be $5,000, and there again, this was a little over a year and a half ago. It would be $5,000 to do the study. But he also states at first glance, it is unlikely always stop warrants would be met, and unlikely we would recommend an always stop control given the very low observed traffic volumes that you had mentioned. And I had given him the information from our traffic counts on the ADT and the accidents at that location. So I just wanted that on the record and for your guys' knowledge before you give direction on this.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Commissioner Keller.
So I think this is a safety issue mostly. So listening to what Josh had to say, I just wanted to let the commission know that I would support the one stop sign and the lowering of the speed limit. And then if that doesn't solve it completely, bring it back and address the other possible stop signs.
Anything else? If not, then I'll look for that motion. Do I have?
I'd just like to hear an answer. I think I'm looking at the DA's office.
Are they? Oh, okay, we'll give you a minute.
Did the public one speak?
Yeah. Yeah. Just checking on the speed variation for night day,
Yeah, because
and then we can move on with
I
that.
understand Washoe County has some split speed limits in certain areas. What's like
The district attorney is hammering on his computer. Say, more information we made. We don't really need to hear that we would use. So, yeah, we're considering to if allowed, and we could do it if it was appropriate. It's just. You want to take a break? Okay. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I'll come back at about 11:11. Going to reconvene at 11:15. It is 11:15. A comment by Sheriff Pope and
I'll go
the
first.
county manager. Okay, county manager first.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So after doing a little bit of initial research, it seems like dual speed limit could potentially be allowed. We don't have a definitive answer on that. However, it is used in other circumstances. So logic would kind of dictate that that is possible. However, we are not recommending that. We think that that would actually probably confuse the situation even more. You know, if we're talking about GPS, that's going to create a situation where it could confuse the situation with GPS. Half the time it's going to be the fastest route, half the time it's not. How do you define day and night? You know, I mean, that would all have to be addressed. So we are not recommending a dual speed limit at this time.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment On that, I lost my train of thought. So let's hear from Sheriff Pope and then I'll get back to you on it.
And excuse me, one more thing, just to clarify, we are also not recommending the stop sign at Bybee and Pete Hendricks. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. We don't believe the warrants are met at this time.
Oh, I know what I was gonna say.
Hello again, Sheriff Brad Pope for the record. Echo what the county manager said. After discussion about the split speed limit, you bring other legalities into it and other legal definitions of one, when does it start, sunrise, sunset, things of that sort. I think it would muddy the waters too much. I think if we're gonna lower it to 35, keep it at 35 at all times instead of 35 at night and 45 during the day. I think for consistency, let's just keep it at 35 is my thought process. For 30, I
30.
apologize, 30 would be more consistent and send a clearer message as well.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, and I appreciate your position. I might not agree with it, but I appreciate it. But isn't there, okay, headlights? Your headlights are supposed to be on when it's dark. So isn't that time defined in statute somewhere, or what is dusk, or what is isn't that defined somewhere? How did your officer know someone should have when can they pull somebody over for not having their headlights on?
We use the sunrise, sunset. Common way to look at that is when the street lights come on. But if you look at that surrounding area, I don't think you'll find one street light for reference. And I agree with you. There are certain laws that pertain to dusk, dawn, and mandatory headlights on at all times. I just don't think a split speed limit would be appropriate out there.
Okay, I just know they've worked other places. That's my position.
Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, I just had a question. Would putting pedestrian like a crosswalk where we put the stop signs help reduce our liability as far as being sued over this? Or is it even appropriate without curb, gutter, and sidewalk?
That's not a question that I
Or
can answer.
Dustin?
It's more appropriate for somebody else.
Dustin Holman, road director for the record. So there is no curb gutter sidewalk out there, so a crosswalk isn't feasible or needed at that point. There's no ADA there for the crosswalk. If we put a crosswalk in, then we need to install sidewalks and ADAs and curb and gutter.
Okay.
And where do you stop on all four sides of that intersection?
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chairman Hockaday. I would agree with both that they can't follow one number on the sign. How it makes it think that it's going to confuse them with two numbers. So I'm with the 30 mile an hour speed zone, and maybe put up a duck hunter crossing sign or something there. Guy packing a gun or something.
Commissioner Keller.
I'd have to agree too about the split zoning. I know the roadway itself is, your car is going to be capable of doing the same speed as far as the surface of the road is. I know in Montana, they do the split zoning, but that's because of wildlife that moves out onto the road at night. So there's a cause outside of the road itself. So the road itself is made to do the speed limit with a safe car both ways, day and night. So I wouldn't see the split zoning on it.
Anything further? If
Just a comment.
Comment. Commissioner
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, most of the accidents happen at night. So I think a split speed limit would work. We're basically lowering the speed limit to inconvenience locals to protect transients. And so I understand what we're trying to do. I'm all for safety and saving lives. I don't think lowering the speed limit to 30 is going to have the effect that we think it's going to have. So I'm going to oppose this.
Okay. Looking for a motion.
And make a motion.
Commissioner Keller.
Provide staff direction to lower the speed limit to 30 miles an hour and to install a stop sign at Miller and Iazzi Lane, both directions.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Keller and a second by Commissioner Jacobson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1.
I have a comment.
And you've got a comment. Go ahead.
And if you guys find out that there's more that needs to be needed, please bring it back to us as soon as possible so we can stay on this to try and solve it. So like 6 months, come back maybe with a report of how we're doing. Thanks.
Dustin Holman, Road Director for the record. So with this motion, we will get all of those signs ordered. It's not gonna be something that's gonna be done tomorrow. So when we get all the signs and everything, then we'll get them and stuff. And I will update the board once that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. And to all the volunteers in medical and firefighters in the back, thank you for showing your support. We appreciate that. Hopefully this will help. Okay. Yeah, I think, we have quite a group from Mound House community, and I'm thinking that it might be a good idea to go to 15B and C. The board would approve of that to get our Mound House people at this point before we go to, because we are going to go to lunch. So I thought we might go to any objection to that? Go to 15B, and we were combining B and C. Okay, I'll go ahead and read. For the record, for possible action, consider estimated costs for a full remodel of the Mound House Community Center and determine whether to allocate additional funding or to reduce the scope and funding for the project. And 15C, which we're considering together, would be for possible action, approve a reallocation of American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds for between the existing projects to fund the Fernley Justice Court expansion and remodel. And we've got, I believe, Mr. Foley's part of this and county manager, so the two will be available.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Council, for the record. The reason these are on your agenda, two issues that we've come across. Number one, the estimated cost for the Fernley Justice Court expansion, which we need to do to be able to hold jury trials and actually for security of staff and for the right amount of restrooms for staff and the public in the facility is coming in approximately $1 million more estimated than what we've allocated under the ARPA funds. So that's one piece of it. On the Mound House Community Center, there was $300,000 allocated. We also applied for $200,000 CDBG funding, which did not get approved, unfortunately, at the state level. So we're still at the 300,000. And that one, the preliminary estimate's somewhere around 550,000 to 600,000. So just so you're aware, if we don't have the contract in place by December 31st, 2024, we have a year time to do it. That money goes back to the federal government, or we have to reallocate it to an expenditure on the ARPA that would qualify and spend it during that time period. So we have till 2026 to spend it, but we have to have a contract in place. So we need to know sooner rather than later on the Mound House Community Center. We have to have enough time to get the architectural work done and go out to bid on that if we're going to proceed forward with it. So I've got two issues here, both of them not enough funding. One of them is required by really by state and federal law, because it's a constitutional issue, is why we're having the jury trials, because they took away the potential right for people to bear arms if they have domestic violence in the Nevada statutes. And so we have to do that on the one side. On the other side, the Mound House Community Center has been something that you've addressed as a board previously. Previous boards have addressed years ago in the past. And so the question is, how do we proceed forward with the funding that we have? What's the board's direction on that? I did make a recommendation in there that we proceed forward with doing a limited remodel of the existing facility for the community center, which they're proceeding forward currently. They've ordered cabinets for it. They're going to do flooring. He wants to do an HVAC, but anything that requires a building permit, which those ones I believe don't. Not 100% sure on the HVAC. So we may have to see on that, but definitely on the flooring and on the cabinets, doesn't require a building permit, doesn't trigger the building codes where we have to go in and upgrade the facility, put in additional ADA compliant parking, grading parking lots, restrooms, all of those different things, which is what brought the price up higher than we had anticipated, those type of pieces. So with that being said, I made a recommendation because I knew we had to do the one project. There was enough funding that's left over in some of the other ARPA funds that haven't been spent, that we could allocate that $700 and some $1,000 to it, plus 300, almost 300,000 for community center, because you would do some remodel that would get you whole on the Fernley Justice Court, but that leaves you not doing what you planned on the Mound House Community Center. So that was the recommendation, just because we have to do versus what we would like to do. I didn't have the funding for it, which we need to.
Commissioner comments. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question first, I thought I saw an article the other day that they just came up with a new rule on ARPA funding where you don't necessarily have to give it back or spend as long as you have a plan.
So they changed what the obligated rule was on how that plays out. And so what I'm recommending to the board on a construction project is that we have a contract in place.
Yeah,
because I know what the actual report that goes to the government states,
yeah,
and that's what they're asking.
Yeah, I was just curious about that because I saw that article the other day.
They also freed it up so you could use some of it for administrative costs, which we have spent $0 on administrative costs, and I'm not recommending it.
Okay, so now let's get to my position on this. Okay. And I appreciate your explanation. I understand that the justice court has to be done. Okay. However, we promised, or this board, the former board promised the citizens of Mound House, the community center back in the 1970s. Okay. And we haven't delivered. Now, finally in 2021, when ARPA came out, we originally allocated $1 million for them. Granted, that was to build a building on a lot. However, we even knew then that $1 million wasn't going to be enough to build that building. So then when the fire department fire protection district came forward with a trade. Well, let me back up. We reduced their allocations to $300,000 because at the meeting where they got the $1 million, it kind of got out of hand at the end. The chair kind of lost control, not this chair, but the chair kind of lost control anyway. So then we had to come back and reduce it to $300,000, which we have done. We made a promise to Mound House to get them a community center. That the ARPA money can do that now. Okay. If we took there's according to your spreadsheet, there's basically $800,000 in ARPA money available to be reallocated. If we took the $300,000 and made the community center whole, like we promised, that would still leave $500,000 to go to the justice facility. I believe that it would be easier to find additional resources to finish the justice facility than it would be to do the community center. I believe that those resources are out there. And if we don't take this opportunity now with this ARPA money, where are we going to find the money to finish the community center? And when? Is it going to be another 50 years? You know, we owe the citizens of Mound House. We promised them. It's our duty now to deliver on that. So that would be my preference, is we make the Mound House Community Center whole. We allocate the rest of the money to the Justice Center, and any more money that comes in from any more reallocations, we put that in the Justice Center, and we start shaking the trees to find more money. Have we reached out to the administrative office of the courts? They may have some money available. There may be some federal money we could get. I don't know, but I still think it'd be easier to get money for the court complex from other sources than it would from the community center. So we need to use the money we have available right now to fulfill a promise to the citizens of Mound House. I understand Mound House, the community center of Mound House is not really big in the whole county picture, but it's big to the people that live there. And they've been subsiding on our crumbs for a long time. It's time that we do something for them. So that's all I have to say.
Any comments, Commissioner Hendricks? Commissioner Jacobson?
Thank you, Chairman Hockaday. So, Mr. Foley, how much do we have allocated right now for the community center and Mount House?
300,000.
So, and we're not proposing that we reduce that amount in any way
That is what I'm proposing.
to reduce it.
Well, you have an option, and my recommendation would be to reduce it down to what remodel existing space without work that would trigger a building permit, and reallocate the savings, which would be probably 270 or 280,000 to the Fernley Justice Court project.
Okay, which by law we need to have. We only, what's the time frame on something like that?
There isn't a specific time frame set forth in law. We have to be doing jury trials right now. We currently have a gentleman's agreement with the Fernley City Council to use their commissioner chambers or to use their city council chambers for jury trials. It's not designed for that. It's not secured for
Correct.
that. And so we're making do as we have to do in the interim, but we need to address that situation.
So just, and the only reason I read this, but just for the open meeting purposes, how much are we saying again that will be left after your recommendation? How much will be left for the Mount House?
I would say we're looking probably around $20,000.
So is there a way, I mean, I don't know, these decisions are very tough. It's not fun for you to put this stuff forward either, I get that.
Yeah, I have
So-
much better things I like to do.
Right, so I totally agree, this isn't a picnic for you, yeah, I know it isn't for us, but when do we, let's say we don't have the money to fund the Mound House or whatever, but let's just take hypothetically, we don't have the money to fund a Mound House Community Center fully. When do we actually start just saying, all right, we're gonna stick $20,000 towards improvements? Let's roll on this right now. And then Commissioner Henderson brought up finding alternative, some more sources of revenue. Whatever, but when do we just say, you know what, we've got this 20,000, here's something we can do right now to make this a better facility? When do we actually pull the trigger on some of that stuff, I guess?
So the answer to that would be during the annual budget process. Just like we brought up the public lands funding, where the board's like, hey, we want to start putting some money towards this every year. We want to identify that. We would discuss it during the annual budget process. And at that time, when you're doing the annual budget process, you're comparing it across all of the needs of the county at once, saying we have all of these requests for capital projects, remodels, whatever they are.
Right.
And we bring them before the board. We make a recommendation to the board on how we would prioritize them. Occasionally, the board says, you got it right on. Occasionally, they say, you're off a little bit. We want to reprioritize slightly on these particular projects. And that's traditionally where we would have that discussion.
Okay, and I'm by no means trying to grill you. I'm just trying to be as transparent as possible. So, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Sure.
So how much was originally allocated to the Mound House?
300,000.
300,000.
Well, I take that back. It might have been a million or a million.
It was yeah, I think it was just $1 million.
It was right around there, was originally allocated, and when the board was making those allocations, what they did, and we were recommending, I wish it was this amount still, 2.2 million for the criminal justice court based on architect's initial estimate. Well, to get to the 1.1 million, they reduced the Fernley Justice Court well below the 2.2 million that we had requested at the time. And so I'm like, okay, so now staff has direction to move forward with the Fernley Justice Court, but we don't have funding to do what we need to do. And so that's where things got kind of hectic at the end, and I didn't communicate the way I should have with the board. And then I came back the next meeting, I'm like, we have to readdress this because I can't move forward. I can't do what the board told me to do.
Right.
And so that's when the board readdressed and said, we're gonna reduce down to 300,000 on Mount House, put the difference into from the Justice Court. And we're also going to try and do $200,000 in CDBG funding on the Mount House community center to see if we can get that done.
Right. So I guess, so then it went from whatever down to 300,000.
Yes.
And now, I guess, when do we, or who, maybe it should have been us, I guess, start acting where we spend this money? The longer you leave it on the table, the longer its other needs come up. I feel like we've drug our feet, the board maybe has drug our feet on some of this stuff, and now we're in need of that money elsewhere, and it may be more of a priority, and I feel terrible. I mean, this could be a tough decision, but I just wish we'd, some of those other ARPA funds, they got right on it and spent them and ordered and, so. Thank you though for all you've done.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So, originally when we started down the road on the Mount House Community Center, we thought that 300,000 would be enough to get the job done and get what we needed to get accomplished, as far as building out a larger meeting space and everything. The challenge is that we are, due to building codes and regulations there, you're changing the occupancy load of the building from a fire station to an assembly. So that has a whole different set of requirements. It triggers upgrading the building to be ADA compliant, as Mr. Foley said. There's a number of other things that you have to do. Parking becomes an issue. Anybody that's been at the building doesn't, knows that there's not a whole lot of parking there. So all of those things have to be looked at, and that's really what ended up driving up the cost. And we have to take a look at the bathrooms and making sure that they're. I can tell you that we wouldn't be able to use the entire building as a community center anyway. There would have to be some kind of partition from the back half, because if we were to do that, you would have to add a third bathroom, which the plans that we had, the preliminary plans that we had drawn up didn't include that. So that's not included in the estimated $600,000. So these are just, some things that have to be thought about as you're making your decision. I want to point out, we're gonna have to take a look at our own code for parking, as I mentioned. I think that can be worked out, and we can figure that out. But like I said, I just want to bring that up for the commission to consider.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a lot of information. Would have been nice to have when we were doing the decision on whether or not to trade the building or not. So we kind of slipped up on our due diligence there. But I just have a question for Mr. Foley. Okay, so out of the 11.1 million in ARPA funds that we got, we've already allocated 6 million to the Justice Court, correct? That's already over 50% of it. Now the $300,000 is currently allocated to the Mount House Community Center. Were you saying you were planning on pulling some of that money back as well?
The 300,000?
Yes.
Yes, that would be, so what I would like from the board is direction in one of two ways. Either we need to identify additional funding, and this is the way I worded the agenda item. We need to identify at least $300,000 in additional funding for that project to move forward with just the limited amount.
For a total of 600,000.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear.
And that still leaves Fernley Justice Court without enough funding. Or we just say, you know what, we can't do it halfway. 300,000 isn't going to get us there. What are we accomplishing with 300,000, which is really the limited remodel that I talked about? And that's 15, 20, 30,000 perhaps, and taking the rest of the money and just allocating it to the Fernley Justice Court so that project's whole, and we remodel the meeting space that we have currently without expanding it in the Mount House.
So instead of delivering on our commitment to build Mount House Community Center, we're gonna give them a meeting room and then take the rest of the money away from them again.
That is my recommendation.
That's just not right.
I-
I
don't like it either.
I understand where the position you're coming from,
Mhm.
but we cannot keep treating Mountain House like the redheaded stepchild of Lyon County. You know, 1970s, they were promised community center. This is 2023. They don't have, we have the chance now to do it with $600,000 of money that we have available. If we don't do it now, we're never going to get the money. It's going to be another 20 years before they have a community center. And I just can't go for that. I'm sorry. That like I said before, I think that it'd be easier to find money to finish the Justice Center than it would be a community center. So my position is we need to give them the $600,000 to get their community center built and find the other money for the Justice Complex. So, because we still be giving them another $500,000. So now they're up to $6,500,000 of $11,170,000.
And
Yeah.
then I'm still in the
We-
same
we-
situation. I can't proceed forward with the funding.
Yeah, why don't we bond? There's got to be a way because we need to take care of Mountain House. They've been slighted for decades.
Commissioner Keller?
I understand that we're in a bad spot now. Tough decisions, but to me, we're trying to make a square peg and fit into a round hole. I'm in construction. I know what it's like to try and take a building that's designated for one type and then change it over to another type. You're ending up, you're spending money that you wouldn't have, not good. You know what I'm saying? It's just not made, that building wasn't made for a community center in the first place. I'm not for giving back any money to federal government. So I want to keep it all, no matter what.
We're all on the same page. I think.
Yeah. The gentleman agreement, though, I can't trust that either. That we have as far as the justice court. We have to get to where we're not gentleman agreements, where we do what we're supposed to get done. We're gonna have to pay for the justice court anyway. And to find money, if finding money is that easy, I've got a whole list of stuff I'd like. But until we find money, we have to deal with what's on the budget now. So I do want to work toward that community center, but I don't want to do the round peg in the square hole and just keep bleeding it out and then being liable for two different ways and looking for money that we don't have. So I'm gonna have, I'm gonna have to go with the recommendation from Josh is at this time. Now, if we want to sit down and get ready for the budget and start looking at community center, what we're going to do and how to do a real community center, that's a different subject. That's all I got.
I'd like to make a comment too, is that the thing that bothers me the most is that a way back previous board allocated money and then pulled it back. And then here we are doing the same exact thing, allocating money and pulling some of that back and saying, okay, we're going to do it. And never planning on pulling it back again. I don't know. I just, that goes against everything that I feel like I stand for. I know we're in a budget bind, but sometimes you got to stand on your word, and we haven't done that very well in this situation. Commissioner Henderson.
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, one more question. So when you go to court and you get a fine or you traffic ticket, whatnot, you get the fine and then you get all these other administrative fees that you have to pay. One of those administrative fees is facilities. How much money is in that account? Why can't we use some of that?
So the board has allocated all of that funding towards the Dayton Justice Complex. The Dayton Government Center.
Which isn't built.
Which is we are planning, I believe we had a meeting yesterday to bring back a purchase agreement to the next meeting.
Well, I think we need to look at that too then. I mean, I cannot in good conscience vote against taking money away from Mount House. Yeah, and like I said, I think we need to take this opportunity to do our duty and fulfill a promise that was made in 1970s. So, and was made by this commission in 2021. So I've said my piece.
Anything further from the commission before we go to public? All right, public comment. Oh, by the way, be sure to, sign in, but if you do want to have a public comment, line up over at the wall so we know how many people are going to be talking.
You haven't funded the community center just once and pulled it back. You funded it back in the 1990s, and pulled it back then also. Back then, when you funded it, it was only, sorry, Melinda Cash, by the way, for the record. Back then, to build a whole brand new community center on our, 2-acre parcel, it was only a couple $100,000. And the parcel had been donated to us. And that's what we donated our sign back over to the fire department in exchange for this building. Of course, costs have greatly gone up since then. And what we are asking for in this remodel is not a lot. We have, like you said, we have a firehouse, and it's a steel building, 4,000 square feet. I mean, we're as happy as can be. This is so much more than we ever expected to get. But it's just a metal building. It has no ceilings in it. It just has kind of torn up insulation in it. At our last meeting on Tuesday night, because I have members that serve on the board that are hearing impaired, we were not able to run the heater in the bay area. We had to turn it off and conduct our meeting with no heat. And we just about froze. We have so many groups in our community that are so looking forward to this moving forward. We have nothing for our children in Mount House at all. We have no schools. We have no place for kids for after school. The Boys and Girls Club is just biting at the bit for us to get something built, and they could bring a Boys and Girls Club to Mount House, which is so desperately needed. We have nothing for our kids. We have no elementary schools there. We have nothing. This would, and I have groups approach me all the time. When is this going to get done? We'd really like to rent this building. We could bring so much to the community. Everything all of you currently get from your community centers, we have zero. We have nothing. As you said, we've been very patient, and I'm hoping I don't have to continue to be patient. I'm devastated to hear you're even thinking about taking a penny of that 300,000 away, because the roof is 50 years old. It needs addressing. I think the parking is okay. I've been told by the fire department our 2 bathrooms are ADA compliant. I don't know for sure they are. We badly need a meeting room next month. Because of the heating situation and the hearing, I'm going to move us back into the kitchen area. But that heater may or may not be working then. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. Most of our members are elderly. Most of the people that come to our meetings are elderly. I can't have them sit in rooms with no heat. I can't have them sit in rooms in the summertime with no air conditioning. We have a fantastic opportunity, a 4,000 square foot building, but we have to have infrastructure in that building, or whatever you might call it. I mean, we have to have it. If not, the building's just going to sit there empty and continue to deteriorate. We need to do something. And I'm sorry, I'm going to say one more thing. I know you're holding money for the Dayton Justice Center. I know that's possibly going to come up in the future, but I believe you have $10 to $12 million that you're holding that money aside for. A lot of that money was tax money generated by the Mound House community. And we'd just like to see a tiny bit of that money come back. I don't know what else I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, just I don't see any other hands on Zoom. Nobody's lined up. Commissioner Keller.
So when Josh was up there earlier talking about doing the stuff that didn't require a permit, how much of space would that enable them to have at the? Because that, like, repairs and fixing the roof and all that, that's maintenance.
Right, so the remodel that's currently underway, because we're like, we need to get this done regardless of whether we do the whole project or remodel, is what Melinda just referred to as the kitchen area. What it is now, since we're in the middle of the remodel, is you're gonna have a 425 square foot room that will have a kitchenette on one side of it. The rest of it will all be available for meeting space. So that's the size of the facility that will be available for the cabin meetings.
So the hardest thing is for the heating and air conditioning in the whole.
So there's an air conditioner on the wall. I believe there's heating in that room. Doug, is there heating? Yeah, there's heating and air conditioning in there. He would like to upgrade it, but there is currently in that room. It sounds like they were having their meeting not in that room, but out in the bay, and perhaps that's because it's being remodeled. But that wouldn't be, we can't legally use that under assembly code currently for meeting space. They need to be in the other one until we get them. So we either get a remodeled and they stay in the area that has the kitchenette, or until we do a larger remodel, and then they would have a meeting space out there, but we shouldn't be having them meet in the bays under our assembly requirements. Under the building code, is my understanding.
Thank you.
Anything further? Well, about any further comments? I'd say we have combined these two items, but looking at how we would actually do a motion.
We'd have to do them separately.
Two separate motions.
In an effort of futility, I'd like to take a swing at making a motion for 15B.
Okay, go ahead for a motion on 15B.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Do you need to hold on? Sorry, Commissioner Henderson. We read these in together. Do we need to read these in separate if we're going to act on 15B separately?
For a motion.
The DA shaking his head yes, so.
Okay. So I'll read, we've had discussion on both B and C, public comment on B and C. So we will work on 15B for possible action, consider estimated costs for a full remodel of the Mound House Community Center and determine whether to allocate additional funding or to reduce the scope and funding for the project. So we'll look for a motion on how to handle 15B.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that we continue with the full remodel of the Mound House Community Center and allocate an additional $300,000 of ARPA funding to complete the rebuild.
Do I have a second? Now, I will second that. So we have a motion by Commissioner Henderson and a second by Hockaday. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
So motion fails. And for the record, that's ayes Hockaday Henderson, nays Hendricks, Keller, and Jacobson. So we have any other additional input on 15B? If not, then we'll go 15C.
But wait, we still got to take some kind of action on 15B. Let me try something else then. Okay.
Try second
try.
motion.
Okay, I move that we continue with the remodel of the Mound House Community Center to the extent available with the $300,000 in ARPA funds that have already been allocated. and not transfer any of those back to any other projects.
Okay. Second attempt motion by Commissioner
So-
Anderson.
Can I, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
if I may ask a clarifying question on this? So if this motion goes through, are we able to fund either? Or will both be short? Because if both are gonna be short, I struggle with that.
So Josh Floyd, Lyon County Comptroller, to answer that question, both projects would be short. Unless we do a limited remodel. But if you leave it 300,000, yes, both are gonna be short. If you do a limited remodel of 20 to 30,000, what we can do without pulling the building permit. And reallocate the rest, then you would have enough to do that, but that's not the motion as I understand it.
It's not the motion.
Commissioner Keller.
That's exactly where I was wanting the question, but he said not to go to any other projects. It would, in order to make this motion, it would go back into the funding and then we would, because even if it didn't go to that project, it's going to go to some project because we're not getting rid of it. So in the motion, he said no other projects. It would go back into
No,
to go to some future project or possibly back to.
no, the motion was to do as much of a remodel as we could with the $300,000 that's been allocated.
Oh, okay.
So would you like to repeat that? Basically, we're using as much as we can for remodel.
Right, the motion would be to direct staff to continue with the remodel of Mount House Community Center to the extent possible, using the $300,000 already allocated to the community center.
So just to clarify on that, and I realize you don't have, I don't know that you have a second yet, Josh Floyd, Lyon County Comptroller. My understanding of the end result of that motion is we can do what we're currently planning on doing interior to remodel the 425 square feet to put some kitchen cabinets in, new flooring. I don't know if he was painting, but that type of stuff. But then any additional work over what that cost is going to require a building permit, which means we can't do anything else interior in that building. Other than potentially doing some paint on the existing walls over there.
We could put up a stub wall and a ceiling.
I shouldn't say that. We've had discussions with our building department and they say our county code does not allow. And that's why we thought 300,000 would get us there. And we've had that discussion. We brought in multiple contractors, Doug did, and met with them and say, can't we get this done for less? We explored with the DA and looked at it. Can we just build it with our own staff? Because all we're literally doing is putting in a handful of walls, some doors, a ceiling, and then you have to take care of the parking exterior so that you have the ADA and the slope and all of that. And that's what came in at the 600 and something, or about 600,000. So we're like, now we tried every iteration that we could think of to get there with the 300,000. We just couldn't get there, which is why we're here. And why it's taken us so long to get here is because we've been exploring what other options we have available to us.
We want to take another look at getting it done.
I made the motion.
Okay. And the motion was to continue with the 300,000.
Yes.
Okay, so everybody understands that the motion would be the 300,000, not the 600,000 as the first motion went through. So do we have a second on that? Okay, I'm gonna second. So we have the same Henderson,
Same scenario.
Hockaday, and we'll have a vote on the 300,000 for the remodel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the vote's the same. Motion fails. Because right now, the only thing that I can think of in saving this at all would be to take care of the remodel that was planned by the county.
I'm done.
Okay. Right, Commissioner Keller.
I'll make a motion to continue with the remodel as presented so that they can have the heat, everything else, get that done. And put the rest of the money back into the county, and then we'll decide, because they're two different items. Like, I don't want to speak to the other item, so
Exactly.
yeah, just go back to the county.
Yeah, let me see if we can get an estimated dollar amount.
And not to exceed, or
So facilities is saying that they would like to keep 50,000 in the budget for the existing remodel. I think that would be safe.
and then they could come back. You'll keep an eye on it, and
We'll keep an eye on it, and then the 250,000 back into the unallocated pot is what you're saying for the market.
right. So my motion would be to continue with the remodel, not to exceed $50,000, with the remainder going back into the county ARPA funds.
Second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Keller and a second by Commissioner Jacobson for 50,000 at this point to continue the remodel. And understand that's the motion. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, well, that motion passes 4-1 with nay on Commissioner Henderson. All right, let's go to 15C. I believe our actions have already pretty much covered for this, but we will need a motion on this for possible action. Approve a reallocation of American Rescue Plan Act funding between the existing projects to fund the Fernley Justice Court expansion and remodel. So I'm looking for a motion on this one. And basically adding that 250 back would be what we're looking at.
So Chairman Hawk.
So Chairman Hockaday, if I may, roughly this estimated roughly 1 million would be now 750,000, or
So
it would be.
We have 799,248 available for allocation prior to the previous motion. We have now another 250,000 on that, so we're approximately $1,050,000. And we need, the rough estimate right now is $1 million additional for the Fernley Justice Court to see that to fruition without change orders.
So we have enough. We have 1.05 mil. And we are only looking to approve 1 million at this point.
Yeah, and if you want to leave 50,000 in contingency as we move along, we can do that and reallocate it later. If that would be the preference.
Kevin Hockaday, I'll make a motion that we approve the estimated $1,050,000 left over from the ARPA funds, correct?
Yes, and just so everyone is aware, I did provide a Excel spreadsheet for you that shows different categories of funding that we don't need to continue spending, that we can reallocate towards this out of some of the existing projects.
To the Fernley Justice Court.
Towards the Fernley Justice.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Keller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. It is now 12:05. We are going to break for lunch. And we will go and say 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, good for everybody? We're adjourned till 1 o'clock.
All right. So we held out.
Right. Perfect timing. It is 1 o'clock and we're going to get back in session. To reconvene for
More fun and games.
we're at item 13A. Public hearing planning items for possible action, approve the street name request, Buckaroo Lane, from Wendy Wilson to name an existing unnamed street west of Mason Pass Road and south of Cass Lane in Yerington, Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Louis Carriola, Community Development Director. I will still be presenting a couple planning items today. In the near future, I'm hoping to have staff planner doing this work. For the time being, you'll have to bear with me. This is simply a request for a street name. Typically, this process occurs associated with new subdivisions, and then the tentative names will be reviewed while staff is reviewing final maps. In this case, we're looking at an easement that was previously created but never named. The general location of the site is shown here with a star, approximately 2 miles as the crow flies west of Highway 95, north of Yerington. Zooming in here, you'll see in red, north is at the top of the slide. In red, running east-west is that unnamed access easement. Running north-south, and you'll see access provided to the general area by Mason Pass Road. The proposal was made by the property owner. You see in the bottom left, circled in yellow, that property owner, those are the Wilsons, who have made the request for Buckaroo Lane, which I personally find to be delightful. And
Yahoo!
Make a recommendation from staff for approval of the name Buckaroo Lane as part of our process, just like we would have were a new road name to come forward with a tentative subdivision map. We do distribute the requested name to Lyon County Roads, the local fire protection district, in this case Mason Valley, the sheriff's dispatch, and the building department, essentially running through similar names, making sure that phonetically this wouldn't be confused with another name in the case of emergency response, of course, most importantly. And there were no objections to the request. The Planning Commission heard this item on November 14th, 2023, and did vote 7-0, recommending approval of the name Buckaroo Lane. And I'm available for any questions you might have.
Commissioner questions? Commissioner Keller?
Did this go to the advisory board?
I'm not sure that it did, to be perfectly fair, sir, but it's also because Mason Valley doesn't have an advisory board anymore.
Okay, did
So
it go
we
out
have
to
a
the
local
neighbors?
board that really would be appropriate.
The only thing I'm bringing that up is because we've done this through parks and stuff and naming stuff to
Right.
where one person puts a thing in and it didn't get out to the surrounding people that live around there. And that they had reasons why they didn't want that name. And so I didn't know if like the neighbors, I'm not against the name or against renaming it.
Right.
I'm just wondering who was notified. Or is it just these people?
Yeah, were this to have occurred in, or the request to have occurred in Smith Valley or Dayton, where there was an active advisory board, we would have sent the item. In this case, it was so far away from any other boards, it did not.
How about the people that are gonna use that name for their street name?
All the. Yeah, so the property owners along the unnamed easement were all noticed.
Okay, that's
And we
good
did not
enough.
receive any comments.
And it seems like when I've been up there, there's actually a board that was written Buckaroo on it. It seems like.
Yeah, and
when I was up
sometimes
there,
these
yeah.
unnamed easements also, we end up with folks who make up. I want to cast too many dispersions here, but they seem to put up signs and give themselves numbers on long a name that's not appropriate. So I think someone along this easement is, I think, put up a sign with a Mason Pass Road and a number, even though it's not officially their address. So I do believe in the larger context, this is probably better for all the property owners.
Yeah. So I say, I think it's kind of been known as Buckaroo Lane for a long time.
Oh, really?
So as I remember going up there to talk about domestic wells and not drilling them and stuff because of the pollution in the water aquifer. Okay. Do we have any other public comment on Buckaroo Lane? Don't see anything. So I look for a motion on 13A.
Make a motion to approve a street name of Buckaroo Lane. to name an existing unnamed street west of Mason Pass Road and South Cass Lane in Yerington, Nevada, ATN 014-281-16 PLZ 2023-070.
Second.
Second.
We've got, motion by Commissioner Keller, second by Commissioner Jacobson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We'll go to 13B for possible action. Approve a conditional use permit request from Nevada Energy to construct and operate a power substation and power transmission lines 60 kV or greater on portions of 3 parcels totaling 343.1 acres located approximately 2,600 feet to the east of the intersection of US Route 95 and Sierra Way in the HI-R Heavy Industrial Rural and LI-R Light Industrial Rural zoning districts in Mason Valley. This is APN 014-091-09-10-11 PLZ 2023-052. And staff report.
Once again, Louis Cariello, Community Development Director. I do have a short presentation running through some of the background information associated with zoning and the master plan, the general planning components of the project. The project applicants do have a number of representatives here prepared to make a presentation. More specifically, a presentation on the Green Link Nevada project, which is a much larger scale than just a component here in Lyon County. So to begin, the requested conditional use permit covers 3 parcels, 3 privately owned parcels, that is not BLM owned parcels in Mason Valley, or more specifically in Wabusca. The image here, the vicinity map shows the outlines of the 3 parcels, as well as Highway 95 A and the Union Pacific rail line running roughly east-west. 2 of the parcels are owned by Sierra Pacific Power, which is essentially NV Energy. The 3rd is privately owned by Dan and Tara Morose. The representatives here from Power Engineers include Charles Hutchinson, the engineer on the project, and he'll be making the presentation on their behalf as far as I know. A little more detail about the existing conditions displayed here. The Fort Churchill substation, I'm sure everyone's fairly familiar with that. That actual location, as a crow flies east of Highway 95, approximately 2.5 miles east. The 3 stars depict the locations of the 3 subject parcels for the conditional use permit request. And you'll see that they're all located west and northwest of the Fort Churchill substation. Sierra Way from 95A provides access to these sites. We did want to make note that a portion of the farthest east southern parcel does include some special flood hazard areas, zone A. Any development in that area would require a floodplain development permit, although we're not anticipating from the site plan submitted that it would be required. Regarding some of the plan and land use designations, I'll run through those in these 3 slides. First, the master plan designation is industrial, surrounded by other lands of agriculture and public lands. You'll see the agriculture are the darker green colors. And again, the 3 stars depict the location of the subject parcels. Character district for these sites are rural, as we might imagine. Rural character districts, just to refresh everyone in the audience, are typically associated with areas where there aren't public utilities available, if we were going to speak of them in the simplest terms. The zoning includes Title 10 designations. I'm sure we've all heard this a number of times. In 2018, the county adopted our current development code, Title 15. Along with that adoption, there was a conversion chart, essentially converting the Title 10 districts to our current development code zoning districts. In this case, light industrial and heavy industrial. Those are the districts that are converted, and therefore determine the allowed uses on these sites. Again, the 3 stars depict the properties, And notably, as previously mentioned, there are no public utilities available here, and for the applicant's request, no extension of public utilities or even establishment of either water or sewer will be required for the project. The specific request for conditional use permit include new electric service substations, high voltage transmission lines, amplifiers, microwave and optical, maintenance yards, and then roadways to access those maintenance yards. The development code, Title 15, does note these uses within the applicable zoning districts of light and heavy industrial, rural districts as requiring conditional use permits. There are instances where some sites might only require a design review, but as is typical, if there are 2 levels of entitlement required, the higher level of entitlement is what staff pursues. In this case, a conditional use permit. It's not notable that the conditional use permit is only required for the portions of this project on the privately owned property. I say that because the 2020 master plan does include a public utility corridor. So I know this map looks rather crude, but those lines that run throughout our county, much of them run through public lands in anticipation of this Greenlink project. The portions that run through the private lands are the ones you're here to discuss. And again, you can see kind of centrally located in this slide where the subject parcels are and where those identified utility corridors are in the master plan. It's notable that when items are in the utility corridor through BLM, then they don't require any kind of additional entitlement from the county, of course. These site plans are modified from the applicant's materials. I apologize for the references to the pages. Those are still from the planning commission packet, so you can maybe just ignore the red text. But we can note here all of Lyon County with the red lines depicting some of the Greenlink project, notably the Walker River substation in the middle. Moving over to the image on the right, that is the state of Nevada, and we can see how far the extent of the Greenlink project is down to Las Vegas. This is a rather busy image. It was included in part of the applicant's submittal material. Staff added a few more notations in order to make it a little easier to decipher. If you'll recall, we see Sierra Way providing access from the west. The Fort Churchill substation on the east side of this image, the right side, the circled areas of the existing Fort Churchill substation infrastructure. The Union Pacific Railroad line in blue. And then kind of, again, centrally located in this image, you can see the maintenance yards as well as a new proposed substation. I will leave it to Charles to give better details about the details of that infrastructure. The maintenance roadways that would be accessing these maintenance yards will be reviewed by Lyon County, the roads department, to ensure they meet our rural standards, but without a real intent of these being dedicated to the county, for instance, for maintenance or anything of that sort. The real review of the roads that access the proposed maintenance yards will be just for life safety and for their own personal use. The staff report and the applicant's materials do include a number of images of the existing site and the locations for the transmission lines. Sometimes these images are a little difficult to envision, but I think we can imagine what linear improvements transmission lines look like above some of these areas. Notably, there isn't adjacent development to really impact, nothing notable, actually. There are a couple lone residents in the area. Chapter 15-230-06 of Lyon County Code includes the findings necessary for conditional use permits. I've only included some highlights here. Notably, as a result of the findings, staff drafts conditions for conditional use permits, and some of them are noted here. Notably, that the applicants will be required to submit for appropriate fire, building, and zoning permits and reviews. The Mesa Valley Fire Protection District will also have a hand in reviewing their fire plan. The roads department, of course, would be issuing encroachment permits. Any lighting that would be included along, or as part of the project would, as is typical, be forced to cast light downward so that there's as much an effort as can be possible to not create light pollution driving down the highway. And then the applicant will be required to enter into a maintenance and traffic management agreement with the county, essentially ensuring that, again, those life safety issues would be addressed by maintenance of that road to make sure that if there was a call, we would not be further endangering our first responders. On November 14, 2023, the Planning Commission did hear this item and made a recommendation of 7-0 to recommend approval to the board. Again, the applicants do have a presentation, but I'm of course available for questions.
Question, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair Hockaday. It seemed like a little while back, we approved a solar field going in somewhere around here. Is that
That is correct.
adjacent to some of this?
Two of them, actually, I believe. Paul Winston.
And they're no means tied to any of this, or they're unaware, or they're not.
Those property owners have been noticed, and if I were to venture a guess, or I'm not sure I can rely on my memory, but I do think some of the intention is based on the fact that Green Lake is proposed here. I can tell you one of the projects, K-Scale, which was on the southern side, K-Scale, I think was the applicant, on the southern side of the railroad tracks. That project, if you recall, included a geothermal component as well as solar and modular data centers. I believe that project approval has since expired. But there's a larger project called Winston Solar that I know has a larger timeline for implementation. And I do believe their intent is to be working with the applicants, but I'll let them speak to that. Some of that is not, I believe, all on privately owned property.
Right on. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair Hockaday.
Any further questions? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, are they gonna come up and do something?
That's.
Okay,
yeah.
that's what I was waiting for.
And say next presentation on this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. First of all, I just want to say thank you for your time. We know you've got a lot on your agenda today. And we'll take a few minutes here to review a few slides with you to give you a little bit of just an overview of the Green Lake, Nevada project, and more specifically what we're in front of you here today to discuss for this application. My name is Charles Hutchinson. I work for Power Engineers, and Power is the owner's engineer and the owner's environmental scientist for NV Energy on the Green Lake, Nevada project. Just have a few slides. You can go ahead and advance. Just briefly, I'll just touch on the purpose and need for the project. Give you a little bit of an overview of where the facilities are proposed and situated. The scope of the current application that we've got before Lyon County right now. The location, I'll review a few of the maps that Lewis had just showed a few minutes ago. And just another slide about how we comply with the Lyon County Code when it comes to conditional use permits. And also the performance standards that relate to transmission lines and electric power substations. And I'll round out with just the contact information for myself and one of our representatives here today from NV Energy. So this is the project purpose and need. First and foremost, the project is needed to help NV Energy meet its demand for providing electric service to its customers throughout Nevada. It's also mandated by State Senate Bill 448, which requires NV Energy to implement a resource plan that includes high voltage infrastructure that can meet the growing demand for electricity within the state of Nevada. The right hand on this slide shows the map of Nevada with 3 different transmission lines. The line on the far right is the online project that has already been constructed from basically Las Vegas to Ely. That, if you think of this as a triangle, that is one leg of the triangle. Green Lake West extends from Las Vegas to the Reno area. That's another leg of the triangle that hasn't been constructed. That's part of the reason we're here today. And then the line on the top, if you think of that as the third leg of the triangle, that basically extends from the Fort Churchill area over to Ely and a place called Robinson Summit, where there's another proposed substation that will be constructed as part of Green Lake North. So Green Lake West on the left side of the map, and then Green Lake North extending east-west along the top side of the map there. When those facilities are eventually constructed, it creates a looped transmission system to provide more resiliency and reliability to NV Energy's existing infrastructure and to help them provide electric service to their customers in the future. So that's the basic thrust of this project, and I'll get into some detail here in a few minutes about the different facilities that make up Green Lake West and the specific facilities that we're here to discuss today with you for this application. So as I mentioned, there's Green Lake West, there's the common ties area, which begins here in Lyon County and extends up through Washoe County and Story County. And then there's Green Lake North on the northern side of this triangle, for lack of a better term. The bullets that are highlighted in green are the subject of this current application. This is just the first application that we've submitted to local governments for Green Lake, Nevada. We'll be coming back to Lyon County for subsequent applications to complete the Green Lake project facilities in Lyon County, including Green Lake West and the Comitai area. We'll also be coming back to Lyon County for Green Lake North for one of the transmission lines that orients out of the proposed Walker River substation and as part of the Green Lake North project. So this is just the first of potentially 3, perhaps 4 applications for a conditional use permit on private property that will be coming before the Planning Commission and yourselves to receive approval for the overall project for Green Lake, Nevada. Common ties and the Green Lake North, just to give you a sense of what the schedule is like for these. We're hoping to get approval today for the Green Lake West project, the 2 components that are in Lyon County that are slated to start construction in February 2024. Common ties, the 2 lines that orient out of Walker River substation up to Washoe County and to Story County will be coming before this board probably around the June 2025 timeframe for approval of those facilities. And then further into the future for Green Lake North, probably spring, summer of 2026, we'll be coming again before this board for the Green Lake North project components that are situated on private land in Lyon County. So that just gives you an overview of where we are today and what the next 2 to 3 years look like as far as permitting the Green Lake, Nevada facilities in Lyon County. This goes into a little bit more detail about the actual scope of the current conditional use permit application that we've got before you. The Fort Churchill to Northwest 525 kV transmission line. There's a subset of that called Esmeralda to Fort Churchill. We'll be constructing a substation in Esmeralda County, connecting that with the transmission line up to the Walker River substation that we were applying for today in Lyon County. On private land, that Esmeralda to Fort Churchill transmission line in Lyon County is only about 1/3 of a mile. Most of it's BLM property or state of Nevada or tribal property as it crosses the Mineral County line and into Walker River substation. It's about 17.3 miles. 0.3 mile of that is on private property, for which we need a conditional use permit in Lyon County. The other component of the current application is the Fort Churchill, or what we call Walker River. Fort Churchill is the name that the BLM has assigned to that facility in their NEPA document. Internally, NV Energy, to differentiate, just so that there's no confusion about the existing Fort Churchill substation and the proposed facility, we call that Walker River, just internally, so that we can keep the 2 clear when we're writing about the different facilities. So Fort Churchill / Walker River is the substation that we're here today for this application. And that includes, as Lewis had mentioned, 3 parcels that total about 343 acres. The first parcel is 252 acres, and NV Energy has been working with Mr. and Mrs. Morose to acquire a portion of their property for that substation. And I believe they're in the final negotiations right now and should have ownership of that 252 acres in the next couple of weeks. The other 2 parcels, 10 and 11, NV Energy also, they already own that property as far as being under the jurisdiction of Sierra Pacific Power Company, which relates to the Fort Churchill substation that's just next to the area proposed for Walker River substation. This is a similar map that that Lewis had just provided, showing the 3 parcels kind of outlined in thin yellow lines, and where the different facilities for the Walker River substation will be situated relative to Fort Churchill generating station. There will be 4 different components within the main substation. One is a 120 kV substation, a 230 kilovolt substation, 345 kilovolt substation, and then finally the 525 kV substation that all fit within the 343 acres total. And then on the right hand side of the map there, see if it's pointing this. This line here, that red line is the 0.3 mile of the 525 kV transmission line that's on private property in Lyon County. Just another map showing how the substation fits in with the broader context of Fort Churchill generating station and its proximity to other land uses in the area. It's about 1.3 miles, 1.25 miles from US 95 alternate. So it's not near any major roads. It's as far as visual impact, you're not going to, see this property from any distance along US 95, folks, traveling along that road. Sierra Way, of course, runs along the south side of the proposed facility, and that road dead ends at Fort Churchill generating station that NV Energy owns. So there's no through traffic from US 95A on Sierra Way to points east of the Fort Churchill generating station. And this final slide just kind of reiterates our compliance with Lyon County's code when it comes to the conditional use permit requirements, as well as the performance standards for transmission lines and substations. And I just wanted to reiterate that I wanted to thank Lewis and his team for their review of the application and the close coordination we've had with them for the past several months to make sure that we provided an application that was complete. We understood the requirements. We also understand the conditions of approval and agree to those conditions. So I just wanted to make note that we're thankful for Lewis and the work that his team has done to get us to this point today. And final slide, just some project contacts information there in my email and phone, as well as Adam Goddoroff, who is the project engineering director for NV Energy. Adam's here with us today, as well as a few other team members from the Green Lake, Nevada team. And this time I'll entertain any questions or comments you might have.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chairman Hockaday. Thank you, Sheriff. Very well done presentation. Just curious, in reading, I didn't see what kind of noise will this generate when it's done.
When it's done, no audible noise that you could hear from Sierra Way. Substations and transmission lines don't emit noise as a matter of operation.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about noise.
No, it's not a power plant. It's not a smokestack kind of generating plant where you might hear lots of machinery. The substation, even if you were inside the substation yard, you'd have to be standing fairly close to the equipment to just hear the hum.
All right, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Commissioner Keller.
I know we don't necessarily do the fire part of this. You have to go to the fire department. But I noticed that there was no water out there. And what's there to for fire? What's there to
For fire protection?
Yeah, because they had a place in California that burned down, and they do have fires from electrical stuff. So
right, we're coordinating with the Mason Valley Fire Protection Districts, and NV Energy will implement its standard fire protection measures to make sure that the equipment's operating correctly. If there's any fault with the equipment, if the transformers and the other electrical equipment is running too hot or exhibits signs that it may malfunction and cause a fire, NV Energy's control room center would know that ahead of time and be able to respond to an emergency, coordinating with the sheriff's department and the Mason Valley Fire Protection District to make sure that they get on site first and then orient folks as to what the response procedures will be at that point.
Well, you're quite a ways out there. So I was just curious about that because you have BLM land around there. You have, I believe Endow is out there. And so if there's a fire start, it's going to travel quite a bit. And that concerns me a little bit. There's not even water out there to service it. So that is just something that I thought about. As far as staff, can we get in the future, get a map of the solar fields that are coming into Lyon County that attach to this project so that we can get a visual in the future? I just want to know where everything is, and because we look at one project at a time, it's kind of hard to get the complete visual of everything else that's going on. That's all. I like the project.
Okay.
Commissioner Hendricks?
Are there tax abatements associated with this project?
The county will receive tax, sales and tax revenues based on the assessed value of the equipment that will be installed at the Walker River substation and the short piece of the transmission line. We were talking about that earlier this morning, just trying to get an understanding of how much money we're talking about at Walker River substation. We don't have a firm number right now, but a ballpark estimate would be in the neighborhood of $100 million worth of equipment that will be installed in the substation. And based on the county's tax rate of about 2.5%, that equals out to say $2 to $3 million worth of sales and tax revenue based on the value of the equipment that's installed in that substation. And one other important note is that NV Energy will take delivery of that substation equipment in Lyon County, so that money rolls into the county's coffers instead of being shipped to Reno, being delivered there and received there, and having Washoe County get tax benefits that are really for equipment installed in Lyon County.
Thank you.
Commissioner Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, but I want to address that last point you made about the sales tax. While I'm certainly appreciative of that, it's not being done out of the goodness of your heart. The tax rate is lower in Lyon County, and you don't have to ship it from Reno down here. So let's just get that out there. The overall purpose of the whole Green Link is to transmit energy within Nevada for use by Nevadans. Is that the primary purpose of it?
It's the primary purpose.
The primary purpose is not to export energy.
It provides that ability to share resources between other states that may be interested in connecting to the transmission lines that are in this part of Nevada. But it also provides the main benefit is for Nevada's customers, so that as the population continues to grow, they've got a transmission system that can accommodate that growth over the life of the transmission line facilities, which is estimated to be the next 30 plus years.
Okay, yeah, I understand that, because and the reason I bring that up is we are having some, new solar plants put in and other things that do get abatements. And I hate to see Nevada taxes abated for energy that's going to be sold to another state. But just want to put that on the record.
Understood.
Commissioner Keller, did you have something? No?
Okay, sure.
You're good? Okay.
Good afternoon, Adam Godorov with NV Energy. To answer your question a little bit further, we are not getting any tax abatements, and the purpose of the project is to meet the need in Nevada. We're not building this facility to send power outside of the state. We are at a limit now in the northern region as far as our transmission capability. So that is the primary purpose of this project, is to ensure that we can meet the demand in the state of Nevada and meet the reliability requirements in Nevada.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I wasn't inferring that you guys were going to be getting tax abatements. It's just that the generating facilities that are being constructed do get tax abatements. So, like I said, it's just doesn't fit well with me when we give an abatement of Nevada taxes for energy that's produced and then sold to another state. So that's just observation.
Anything? Commissioner Keller?
I think that's where I was going to with the map too, is because we want to put regulations on some of these other things that are going to attach and you're going to distribute. And to give you an example, we want to do like a decommission bonding on certain things so that they just don't go away and we're stuck with it. But the federal government, which requires it on their projects, just did one in New Jersey where the federal government just said, oh, we're going to let that go by. So then we have to have some say on what's going on in those projects. So that's why I want the map. That's why I want to know how it interacts with you guys. It's not your particular project. It's the people that are going to be feeding into there. So I want to see where they cross and how we can come to a consensus of how to make sure they're good partners too with you guys.
Further? Because I do know we have a lot of solar panels going in up at the north end of Mason Valley. It's gonna be a lot of activity up there in the next few years. So it's good to see the power line since most of it's solar panels and geothermal and things such as that. If nothing else from the board, then any public comment or questions? Seeing none, I would like to have a motion. On
Mr. Chair, I'd
Yes.
like to move that we approve a conditional use permit request from NV Energy to construct and operate a power substation and power transmission lines 60 kV or greater on portions of 3 parcels totaling 343.1 acres located approximately 2,600 feet to the east of the intersection of US Route 95A and Sierra Way and the HI-R heavy industrial rural and LI-R light industrial rural zoning districts in Mason Valley, APNs 014-091-09 -10 and -11, PLZ 2023-052, based on the findings contained in the staff report and subject to the conditions listed therein.
I have a second.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Henderson and second by Commissioner Keller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving to 13C. For possible action, approve a master plan amendment request from Michael A. and Claudia C. Casey to amend the master plan designation from mixed use to suburban residential for 17 parcels totaling 10.35 acres, generally located on the west side of 95A between Idaho Avenue and Spruce Avenue in Silver Springs, APN 018-415-16-17-18-19-20 018-415-24-25-27-28-29-30-31-32-33-34 PLZ 2023-055. Staff report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So we are here today as we went through the long list of 17 properties that are up for a master plan amendment. And it's for Michael A. and Claudia C. Casey. So the applicant is requesting a master plan amendment to change the designation from mixed use to suburban residential for 17 parcels totaling 10.35 acres in Silver Springs. The applicant has stated that their future intent is of the following zoning map amendment, if it comes before you, is to change the 17 parcels from commercial zoning to residential zoning for future residential development. This map shows the location. The property is located on the west side of Highway 95A, about 1.75 miles south of the intersection of Highway 60 and 95A. The parcels are accessed from Elm Street, and it's on the portion of Elm Street between Idaho Avenue and Spruce Avenue. As discussed and as listed by the chairman, these are the 17 APNs that are under consideration. You can see them located on the map. They're in 2 segments, 5 lots at the top and another 12 at the lower portion. And the lots vary currently from 0.26 acres to 0.95 acres. And the topography is relatively flat and is simple surrounding lots. This shows the current and proposed master plan. Currently, this block here is designated as mixed use, as you can see in the pink on the left-hand side. The applicant has proposed changing it to suburban residential, as shown on the right-hand side. As shown on the maps above, the properties to the west of these in question are all suburban residential with mixed use directly adjacent to the highway. And then when you cross over the highway onto the east side, you can see that we've got the employment designation over there. So I have thrown in the zoning current and proposed, and these 3 slides show that there's been a change. We will go into this in more detail in the next application that's following, but I thought it's pertinent to here, so I wanted to discuss it briefly. Initially, which is the initial proposed zoning is shown in the center of the 3, and the applicant came in requesting 3 different zoning for the change from mixed use. Staff had meetings with them and discussed with the applicant and their engineer that we didn't feel very comfortable with going less than SR 1/2, which is suburban residential, 1/2 acre minimum. And the applicant then willingly came back and said, okay, we're gonna go forward and we'll look at just SR 1/2. So this shows where we were and where we're going. And I will go into this in a lot more detail in the next presentation. This is assuming the master plan is approved, the project would then move forward with the zoning amendment next. But in the zoning amendment, they're only going to bring forward 10 lots, and the 10 are the ones to the right. The pink hatched are being pulled out of the zone amendment that'll be coming forward because currently they don't meet the minimum 1/2 acre inside. So I would like to go into a little bit of history because some of you might have seen this before. A master plan amendment and a zoning map amendment were submitted in 2021 by the applicant. At that time, the MPA was substantially the same and included a zone map amendment for all 17 lots. The applicant then requested withdrawal of the application, but that came in after public notice went out and the planning commission hearing had to be completed. So the planning commission was required to hear it and they made a recommendation of denial without prejudice, and the board of commissioners followed up a month later with the same recommendation, denial without prejudice. That happened in December of 2021. The applicant then came back this year with a new submittal, and that's where we stand right now. So, oh, and one last thing, it was recommended by staff then in the initial approvals, and then the staff report was amended to recommend denial because they withdrew. So again, at no point have we come back and said, found anything that was really egregious that we were worried about this project. So chapter 15 to 1003 lists the findings for the board to consider: consistency with the master plan, compatible land uses, response to change conditions, no adverse effects, and desired pattern of growth. I want to go into a little bit of highlights on each of these. And as we discussed in the staff report in more detail, we do feel the proposed amendment is compatible with the master plan policies. And as stated in findings B and D, we do find that this zone amendment is not introducing new or incompatible uses for the area. Finding C, this application is responsive to change conditions of slow to no growth of commercial properties along the highway, and they're, for the applicant, they say they're replying to the need in housing. And lastly, as infrastructure is already in place, finding E is met. There will be no additional, actually, if they come back with less lots, which they likely will in their zone map, their second zone map amendment, we would be reducing the need for the existing infrastructure. So at the November 14th, 2023 Planning Commission, the application was approved unanimously with a board to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners. The discussion at the commission, though, was in regard to safety of the homes and residents with properties adjacent to Highway 95A. The applicant shared their intent to install a noise and safety barrier or a solid wall of some sort at the rear of the properties abutting Highway 95A. I do want to note that we can't condition a master plan amendment, and this information is what the applicant has willingly volunteered on the public record. So with that, I am available for any questions that you might have.
Question? Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, I know that the wall is something that they've just promised to do, but in there they showed a phasing plan and it said that each lot would be available individually for sale. And I'm wondering how that works with building a wall along the highway. If you're going to build just these, just build that section with each individual lot that's sold, that didn't make any sense to me.
I understand at this point, like I said, we can't condition anything.
Yeah.
However, when they come back in for individual permits and they start looking at this can be noted and discussed with the applicant. I do not disagree that, let me restate that. I would agree that it would make more sense for the wall to go in as a whole initially, and that is something that can definitely be considered. Have a conversation with the applicant when they come back in.
And just another comment, I paid attention to this when it came through before and when it's coming in now. And one thing that I do like about the idea, I know that we don't want to keep having all these accesses off the highway, or we're going to have the same situation on 95A that we have all along 50 right now. So that is one thing that I do like about this project.
Commissioner Keller.
Can we go back to that map? So I have to agree with Commissioner Hendricks. If any one of those, which is zoned commercial right now, came in for a permit, then I'd fight tooth and nail to make sure that they had access off of Elm, not off of Highway 50. By saying that, also because we don't want more access on the highway than we already have. It fits more into residential now because you don't want to have all the commercial traffic going down that residential street. So to me, this makes a lot of sense of how this turned around. As far as the fence is concerned, at the advisory boards, they were concerned about some barrier to prevent traffic from going into the houses. And so it wasn't just a sound fence, it was a barrier to keep traffic accidents down. And to me, that would be before you sold the lots and stuff like that, you would consider building that whole thing out so that we had conformity and not have patchwork of different people putting up different types of fences to do the same problem. So it'd be nice to see that in the future if that's what you're going to do. That's all I have to say.
Any further commissioner comments? Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who owns the lots in the middle? Cause I don't understand how you're gonna build a wall and then have 3 extra lots in the middle with no wall and then not a wall.
The 3 lots in the middle are owned by a different owner, and the wall will have to cover the first 5 lots and then the last 12 contiguous.
Okay.
Yeah. And those 3 will remain under mixed use, as well as the southernmost lot.
You mean the northern lots?
The northern, there's a block of 5. Let me.
Yeah. Yeah, that one.
That lot there
Uh-huh.
is gonna remain mixed use, and the 3 lots in between the 2 blocks. will
And
remain-
the ones to the north as well, they're
Yes.
gonna remain mixed use?
Yes.
So we're putting a bunch of houses in the middle of mixed use. Is what we're doing. Okay. Just so I
Directly
understand.
across the street from all residential, so I don't know necessarily that it's incompatible. I feel it's not, judging by the neighborhood character.
Okay, if no further commissioner comments, public comments. I don't see any hands. How about in the chambers? Anybody in here have any comments? If not, then we're ready to proceed with the motion.
Chairman Hockaday, make a motion that we approve a master plan amendment to amend the master plan designation from mixed use to suburban residential for 17 parcels totaling 10.35 acres generally located on the west side of US 95A between Idaho Avenue and Spruce Avenue in Silver Springs. APN 018-415-16 -17-18-19-20 and APN 18-415-24-25-26-27-28-29-30 -31 -32 -33 -434 -35 PLZ 2023 -055. I withdraw my motion. No, I don't. I'm just.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson, a second by Commissioner Keller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm a no.
I'm a no as well.
So it still passes 3-2. The noes are Commissioner Henderson and Commissioner Hockaday. Motion passes. 13D for possible action, approve a zoning map amendment request from Michael A. and Claudia C. Casey to amend the zoning map designation from Title 10 districts of C-1 Limited Commercial Title 10 and C-2 General Commercial Title 10 to the Title 15 district of SR 1/2 Suburban Residential 1/2 acre minimum for 10 parcels totaling 7.38 acres with parcels generally located on the west side of US 95A between Idaho Avenue and Spruce Avenue in Silver Springs. APNs 018-415-16-17-18-19-20 and 018-415-24-25-26-27-28 PLZ 2023-56. Staff report.
Good afternoon again. We're here to now talk about the zoning map amendments portion of the previous lots we looked at just a moment ago. The applicants are requesting the zoning map amendment to change the current zoning on 10 of the subject parcels that are now suburban residential, totaling 7.38 acres in size. They vary from 0.53 to 0.95 acres. And we're changing from limited commercial, which is C1 with Title 10, to general commercial C2 Title 10 to suburban residential 1/2 acre minimum, which is the new Title 15 standards. And as they stated previously, the intent of the applicant that they've stated is to change the 10 parcels from commercial zoning to residential zoning for future residential use. Same location, we've just chopped off a number of lots at the bottom that we're not considering in this application. So we've gone down from the 10.35 to the 7.3 acres. And as you can see, the smallest lot in this portion in these 10 is 0.53 acres, meeting the SR 1/2 standard. So the applicant is coming forward with the zone request for 10 of the 17 lots. As I mentioned briefly before, the initial application was all 17 lots with zoning designations of SR 1/2, SR 12,000, and SR 9,000. In discussions with the application after their initial submission, prior to completing our staff report, we were not comfortable with lots less than 1/2 acre. The smallest lots in the vicinity are 1/2 acre in size. Some of them are 1 acre up to 2 acres for the residential. And we did not believe that anything smaller would be compatible with the neighborhood and existing zoning. In addition, if they're going to add the setbacks from the highway with the walls and stuff, those lots were getting uncomfortable with their request. So the applicant was willing to work with us. And as a result, the zoning map amendment request was reduced from 17 to 10 lots. So as you can see on this conceptual site plan, this was submitted later. The purple hatched lots on the left of the slide are the 7 lots the applicant has removed from the zone change request at this time. They have stated that they will come back with a proposed probably boundary lot adjustments or some sort of adjustment to bring these lots all up to a minimum 1/2 acre size. if they're to do so, they're going to lose one lot in the process. Because there's not quite enough acreage to do half acre everywhere. So I expect in the future, you may see another zone map amendment request to change these 7 to SR 1/2 with a minimum half acre size. So for the zone map amendment, chapter 15 to 2005 lists the findings the board needs to consider when reviewing a request to amend zoning. The findings need to state that the proposed amendment is consistent with the policies embodied in the adopted master plan and the underlying land use designation as contained in the land use plans. Proposed amendment will not be inconsistent with the adequate public facility policies contained in this title, and the proposed amendment is compatible with the actual or master planned adjacent uses. So staff does feel that the proposed amendment is consistent with the policies in finding A and with the adopted master plan and the underlying land use. It does note in chapter 2 of the master plan that specifically communities Silver Springs, that some of the areas adjacent to the highway corridors may require master plan amendments in the future to allow for residential developments. That was recognized at the time of the last master plan amendments for the county. And per chapter 3 of the master plan, land use, economy and growth, the zoning district of suburban residential half acre minimum is compatible with master plan designation of suburban residential. So finding A is met. Finding B, we don't feel that it will be inconsistent with, we agree that it will not be inconsistent with the adequate public facilities policies. There are existing public facilities already available to the sites. They have water, sewer, public roads. And with that, it means that the proposed zoning of SR 1/2 is appropriate. And it does exist in the area and is appropriate under the master plan land use. And finding C, we do feel that it is appropriate and compatible with the actual or master plan adjacent uses. To the east of these properties is Highway 95A. The properties separated by the highway to the east are a mix of NC and CC zoning, neighborhood commercial and community commercial, and most are currently vacant. To the west are mostly a mix of residential and vacant privately owned land designated as residential rural 2, suburban rural 1, SR 1/2, and the other properties that are would still remain CC, community commercial. The requirement for possible conditional use permits due to one of the questions that came up from the public previously was those lots that are in between, the 3 that are community commercial and the one at the rear, what impact would changing these to residential have on them? And as far as staff can tell through research and looking at everything, there wouldn't be really any use. The setbacks would be required anyway due to residential across the street, and certain items like conditional use permits would be required on them, whether or not this turns to residential. Because for an example, if someone was to put a convenience store and add petroleum sales, that being adjacent to residential already requires a conditional use permit. So being next door or being across the street, it doesn't make a difference as far as residential adjacency goes. So we don't feel that this is impacting the use of the other properties, or that this residential use will stop anything commercial going in that would be allowed now due to residential adjacency. And as a result, we feel the proposed zone change in preparation for residential development is appropriate. Then we brought this to the Planning Commission at the same time, November 14th, 2023, and the application was again approved unanimously to forward a recommendation of approval to the board. There was discussion with regards to the future lot line adjustments for the remaining 7 lots that are included in the master plan amendment, but are omitted from this zoning map amendment, mainly going into discussion on the size, how they might realign them, and what we would see in the future. And then the applicant shared that after the meetings with staff to discuss staff concerns with the less than half acre lots, they'd be coming back with lot line adjustments to increase all lot sizes to that minimum half acre in size, and an additional zoning amendments. They also did discuss in depth the walls. And the reason I bring this is it does bring this up. It brings it onto the record that the applicant stated it, as we cannot condition this, but if they're willingly stating they're going to do things when other permits or applications come in, or the building permits come in, this is on the record to have a discussion. So with that, I am available for any questions.
Commissioner Jacobson.
I'm sure. Thank you, Chairman Hockaday. I'm sure I know the answer to this. We're not at that stage yet, but one of the improvements will be sidewalks to put in.
I believe so. Yes, they're making the improvements. They would have to put sidewalks and no, not in this area. Okay, I'm sorry. County manager shaking his head, so, but. Oh. Can you give me 1 second to just double check before I give an impression? Sidewalk? Edison County Manager giving me 2 different answers.
So it really depends.
I'm very sorry. We're trying to.
No, that's all right. I was just curious if it seemed like it would be a logical thing to put in, but.
Yeah.
But there aren't any existing in the area currently, so.
Or take a pause here while the discussions. Yeah.
I believe you're right. I just. When I have the.
That's gonna come up when you
Great.
provide some clarification.
Thank you.
Dustin Oman, road director for the record. So there is possibility that they would need to improve Elm Street from Spruce to Idaho, because it is just chip seal road, and we have more residential, more traffic, but curb and gutter and sidewalk in that area is not required.
Commissioner Keller.
So I can understand it on the commercial end of it. If it was stayed the way it was, we would do it. But are we requiring it on all? Because these will be individual lots at this point. Are we requiring them to put new road sections in? Because then you'd be going chip seal to road to chip seal to road, depending on how they sold the lots.
Well, yeah, and there would be probably some type of an agreement, especially like those 3 lots in between. If those were to be improved, then the property owner could do an agreement with them that they reimburse them back for a portion of those improvements of the road.
Like I remember back when we did the trust plant, required them to have paved road and no paved road to the highway from their place. So basically one section of paved road for one person. That's what just didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You good? Any further questions from that? Okay. Any public comment or input? If not, then we will move on to look for a motion on the zoning. 13D.
Make a motion.
Go.
Make a motion, approve a zoning map amendment request from Michael A. and Claudia C. Casey to amend the zoning map designation from the Title 10 districts of C1 limited commercial to Title 10 and C2 general commercial Title 10 to the Title 15 district of SR 1/2 suburban residential 1/2 acre minimum for 10 parcels totaling 7.38 acres, with parcels generally located on the west side of USA 95A between Idaho Avenue and Spruce Avenue and Silver Springs. APNs 18, 4, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 18, 4, 15, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, PLZ 2023 56.
I have a second.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Keller and a second by Commissioner Jacobson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Zoning passes 5-0. Thank you. 13C for possible action to approve a conditional use permit request from Stephen Cruz to allow a new. Let me see, modular scale house building, electric weigh scales and portable restrooms in an existing aggregate pit operated on approximately 137.35 acre site comprised of 2 parcels located approximately 5,700 feet to the northwest of the intersection of Enterprise Way and East Highway 50 at 3750 East Highway 50 in Dayton, APN 016-401-74 and 75. PLZ 2023-068.
Could you move your microphone a little closer to you?
Okay.
It's getting hard to pick up in the recording.
It's a little hard to talk at this point. And go ahead.
Hi, Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. I promise this is my last one for the day for you guys. We're here to talk about a conditional use permit for Stephen Cruz and the aggregate pit. The applicant's requesting the conditional use permit to allow the construction and operation of a modular scale house building, electric weigh scales, and the portable restrooms on parcels totaling 137.35 acres. And at the site is an existing aggregate pit operation. The existing aggregate pit operation is not under consideration. These are some additions that they're requesting to it. The property is located north of Highway 50, due west of Highway 50 and Fort Churchill Road, where that intersection is. So you can see the properties. It's the larger parcel, and the applicant has since purchased the small parcel that you can see the little square there. So, as said, these are 2 parcels together, 137.35 acres, and the site does slope from about 200 feet from the northwest corner down to the southeast corner. Here is a drawing of the site plan for the improvements. You can see the little red square where it's fitting on the overall property, and the aerial gives you a site where you can see where the pit is located. And then the blow up on the right is the scale house they want to build, the parking, the weigh scales, etc. So here is a blow up or a floor plan of the office, the building that'll be there, and you can see it does have the required bathroom included inside. So access to the site is from Highway 50. It's got its own entrance, and the blue lines are showing the 60-foot easement for access across private properties to the south end of the property. The access road actually currently is where you can see the road coming off of the highway. If you follow that straight up to the property, that's actually the road that's being used and has been improved. So in discussions with the applicant, they are going to look at some options to either realign and follow the easement that's required, or to maybe with the landowner get a new easement or something. It's up to them to figure out how to resolve that, but they do have to work within the easement they have. So here's a couple photos that the applicant provided. You can see the road has been improved to some degree going up north, and you can also see that coming off the highway and coming up, you can't see this clearly from the road. It is a little bit lower behind, and then the right-hand picture shows the current mining operations. So per Title 15, aggregate sand and gravel extraction and processing requires conditional use permits, and then adding additional buildings and things like that. That's how we ended up here, is in the industrial zone. So Chapter 15, 230.06 of the Lyon County Code lists the findings that we must consider for a conditional use permit. And some of the highlights from the staff report is we do feel the uses are consistent with the master plans uses for designation of heavy industrial suburban within a suburban character district. The applicant will be responsible for meeting the conditions in the CUP, is going to need to submit site improvement and building permits, and the conditions will serve, we feel, to mitigate potential impacts on the neighboring residential properties to the northeast. The site access already exists from Highway 50, and the roadways we do not feel will be overburdened by this project as outlined in the updated traffic evaluation. So, at the November 14th, 2023 Planning Commission, the application was approved by a majority vote, 5-2, to forward the recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners. The discussion at the Planning Commission was in regards to concerns about additional truck traffic entering and exiting Highway 50. When you look at the traffic report, it does look like the number of trucks that are currently going out there will approximately double, but we're talking very low numbers as shown in the traffic report. And the engineer is available, I believe, on Zoom if you guys have any questions, and may also have a presentation to make. So with that, I am available for questions.
Questions?
Yeah.
No. No questions.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. You got.
You were talking, I saw that thing about the truck traffic. Are you, why is the reason for the, scales? Is that are you gonna have, other people go out to the site, like for me personally to take a trailer out there and get some? Is that how this is working?
Yes.
So there's gonna be added traffic, not only truck traffic, but, public traffic.
That is what they're expecting for the public traffic.
So there is gonna be any increase out at the highway, at some sort,
Absolutely.
of traffic. The one thing that concerns me is that the two commissioners that voted against it are from that area and the planning commission. So I'm kind of looking at it, and I think they did bring up the issues of the truck traffic.
Yes, they did. That's correct.
Sir, did you have? You stepped up. Did you want to step up and say something on behalf of the?
My name is Bill Phillips and I'm the operation manager for Cruz Construction. Mr. Cruz would have been here today, but he had a death in the family and had to go out of town. The reason for the scales is so we can weigh the material and know what we're getting, and so we can charge customers or people accordingly. And at the present, we are right now, there's homeowners coming, very few, because we're not really open for business. And, we're running our own trucks and stuff for our own jobs in and out of there right now. And we've got one side is all for recycle. We recycle everything that comes off of our jobs, the asphalt, concrete, the dirt, and we make base, we do, make different products. And then we reuse them on our other projects.
So hopefully you're successful at doing it, and
Yeah.
that means more traffic. That's what,
Yes,
that's the goal.
a little bit more, yeah, there's gonna be more. But there's already a left-hand turn lane when you're heading east to turn in.
A decel lane or, oh no, you mean not the suicide lane?
Down in the middle,
Yeah.
yeah, there's a left-hand turn lane right there. And then when trucks are coming out, most of them get over on the shoulder and it is 2 lanes. So, there will be a little bit more traffic.
It's just an issue that we'll bring up with NDOT as far as our access management, and that's what.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to add a little more to that as well. This was sent to NDOT. NDOT has reviewed this and had no additional comments beyond what they feel. And currently they get about 21 trucks per day is what's coming in and out now. And they're projecting an increase up to 40 trucks per day. This is a total of commercial trips in and out, 80. It is relatively low use for a pit or any industrial uses. I know it's going to feel like more traffic in the area, but overall, it's not a humongous increase.
What we do want is business to become successful,
Yeah.
more successful. So we're anticipating more traffic. So that, what I was commenting is that we'll have to talk to NDOT as we're doing the frontage roads and those kind of things. They're looking at what's in before them now. We just had NDOT this morning and we're talking with them as we move forward. So I just want on the record, we're going to get increased traffic, so I can refer NDOT to this meeting that said we're going to have more traffic.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, Think we have any public input? Public? No, then I'll look for a motion on 13E.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve a conditional use permit request from Stephen Cruz to allow a new modular scale housing building, electric waste scales, and portable restrooms at an existing aggregate pit operation on an approximately 137.35 acre site comprised of two parcels located approximately 5,700 feet to the northwest of the intersection of Enterprise Way and East Highway 50 at 3750 East Highway 50 in Dayton, APN 016-401-74 and 75, PLZ 2023-068, based on the findings contained in the staff report and subject to the conditions contained therein.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Those, Mr. Jacobson, okay. Motion by Commissioner Henderson, second by Commissioner Jacobson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We'll get to the regular agenda. Community Development 14A for possible action. Propose an ordinance amending Lyon County Code Title 15 that Land Use and Development Code related to accessory dwelling units, Chapter 15.335.03.a, and other matters properly related thereto.
I love that.
Sounds like legalese to me.
It is.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Louis Carrilla, Community Development Director, presenting. A request for an amendment to Title 15, the county's development code, specifically related to colloquially termed tiny homes, technical term tiny houses. Stalling for a moment as it comes up. Thanks, sir. So the specific request from Lyon County staff in development is to amend Title 15, Chapter 335.03A, uses permitted based upon standards. Item 1 of that section, accessory dwelling units. As you may recall, in the 2021 Nevada legislature, Senate Bill 150 was passed with a timeline for implementation. The due date is January 1, 2024 for implementation of changes to local jurisdictions with planning building authority. In this case, and most specifically, Senate Bill 150 required local governing bodies to include regulations to allow tiny houses to be used as single-family dwelling units in specific instances. The topic of tiny houses was brought up by then Community Development Director, now County Manager Haskin, to the Board of County Commissioners in January of 2022 for the board's direction. I'll go into details here of why that direction was needed. Senate Bill 150 included 3 options for jurisdictions to contemplate in implementing Senate Bill 150. The 3 I will run through now. The first was to include at least one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located and classified as an accessory dwelling unit. Option 2 was to include one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located and classified as a single family residence. And the third option is to include one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located in a tiny house park. At the January 20th, 2022 Board of Commissioners meeting, the board gave the then Community Development Director direction to use the first option as the basis for Lyon County's proposed amendment. And that is at least one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located and classified as an accessory dwelling unit. That is what staff has brought forward today. The proposal and the staff report include supporting information related to language directly from Senate Bill 150, and then also from definitions included within the International Residential Code. Specifically, I'll read some of these into the record. To start, the Senate bill gave the definition of tiny house to that adopted within the International Residential Code, IRC, by the International Code Council, ICC. Within Appendix Q of the 2018, the applicable IRC code for Lyon County, under Section AQ 102.1 General, defines tiny house as a dwelling that is 400 square feet or less in floor area, excluding lofts. Further defining a tiny house, Section R202, the definitions within the IRC state that a dwelling is any building that contains one or two dwelling units used, intended, or designed to be built, used, rented, leased, let, or hired out to be occupied, or that are occupied for living purposes. And further, dwelling unit is defined as a single unit providing complete independent living facilities for one or more persons, including permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation. Therefore, a tiny house for the 2018 IRC has to include a living area, kitchen, bathroom, all of which can be designed and constructed to fit within a footprint of 400 square feet or less. So Lyon County's Development Code, again, chapter 15, 335-03A1, uses permitted based on standards, accessory dwelling units, has two clauses that are proposed for amendment. The first one here is simply sort of a grammatical cleanup. The language currently reads residential dwelling units in agricultural, resource, residential, commercial, mixed use, employment districts, etc. We're just simply replacing this with the word accessory because this clause is addressing accessory dwelling units. There's nothing substantive in this change. The new language proposed would be Section B for this code section. Tiny houses, as defined by the 2018 International Residential Code, are a dwelling that is 400 square feet or less in floor area, excluding lofts, and as a single unit providing complete independent living facilities for one or more persons, including permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation. Tiny houses, as defined in this provision, are permitted in zoning districts that permit accessory dwelling units, provided the units are constructed in accordance with IRC standards and are placed upon a foundation design stamped by a Nevada licensed professional engineer. I will move back one slide to further define the zoning districts in which tiny houses would be permitted under this provision as accessory dwelling units. They would include agricultural, resource, residential, commercial, mixed use, and employment zoning districts that permit accessory dwelling units. Those are at this time the zoning districts that Title 10 permits accessory dwelling units. The employment district is rather limited in that regard. Primarily, we're imagining residential zoning districts being the ones that would be taking advantage of these provisions. As I'm sure you're aware, agricultural districts, for instance, have separate provisions for housing, so they're not always in the same need for accessory dwelling units. On November 14, 2023, the Planning Commission did hear staff's presentation and did forward a unanimous recommendation of approval 7-0 of the draft ordinance to the Board of Commissioners. I am, of course, available for questions.
Questions, Commissioner Hendricks, anything? Commissioner Henderson? Mr. Jacobson? Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just add real quickly, does this is mother-in-law type quarters covered in this? I was asked, and I would.
Yeah, I think mother-in-law quarters, again, a colloquial term for what is an accessory dwelling unit, I think more formally.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Keller? Public comment? Okay. Guess you just proposed at this time?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to I'll propose an ordinance amending Lyon County Code Title 15 Land Use and Development Code related to accessory dwelling units, Chapter 15.335.03A and other matters related thereto.
We're good.
Yep.
Thank you. And we're moving on to comptroller again. 15A for possible action. Convert 2 temporary work crew coordinator positions in juvenile probations into 2 part-time positions at 15 hours per week and set the salary range for the work crew coordinator position at the A2 pay range.
Josh Floyd, Lyon County Comptroller. I know you're all excited to see me again today. I do remind you that I prefer these to be thrown at me, not the harder one.
Move to deny.
On this particular situation or this particular item, we have always used temporary work coordinators in the past. We have not been able to fill these positions, positions. And so the juvenile probation chief came and asked us on some ways. Thank you. I don't know if it's early enough. I can start drinking, but I'm gonna take you up on that. Some ways to help him fill that position. So HR came back and is recommending, with the concurrence of the department head, that we convert 2 of the temporary positions into part-time positions, guaranteeing them 15 hours a week, and then change the salary range from 16.64 per hour to the A2 pay range, which is our lowest pay range. And we have a set dollar amount budget. The department head just has to stay within that, and these should fit within that budget. So it shouldn't be an impact budgetarily. It will be higher dollars paid per hour. Any questions?
Questions? Easy. Any public comment? Seeing none, motion please.
Mr. Chair, I move that we convert 2 temporary work crew coordinator positions in juvenile probation into 2 part-time positions at 15 hours per week and set the salary range for the work crew coordinator positions at the A2 pay range.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Henderson, second by Commissioner Jacobson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Moving to 15D for possible action, approve revisions to the comprehensive safety policies and procedures.
I thought you said you only had 1 more. This is 2. And you're a numbers guy. You should be able to count to 2.
I was trying to slide in so you didn't know. You're sure. Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. So the safety committee meets on a quarterly basis and they take one section of this policy at a meeting and review it, unless sometimes it takes a little longer for us to go through it. And they have finished their review. They've come back to the board to make some recommendations. Most of them are slight revisions where they're just saying we need to match what existing practices or laws have changed, and we just want to cite the applicable laws here. So that's really all this is just some cleanup, and we'll get to start in January right back in with the number 1 on the safety committee again, all the way through again. And I'm here for any questions you may have.
Questions? Public comment? Seeing none, motion please. Commissioner Jacobson, you want to make motion on that?
Sure thing. Chairman Hockaday, I make a motion that we approve the revisions made to the comprehensive safety policies and procedures as presented here today.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Jacobson and second by Commissioner Henderson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Moving to roads. For possible action, approve an off-site improvement agreement between Lyon County and Stanley Lucas for Stanley Lucas to make improvements in NDOT right-of-way, including the construction of a traffic signal at US 50 and Traditions Parkway related to the Traditions subdivision, and authorize the county to make application with the landowner responsible for all costs, constructions, and maintenance until the improvements are accepted by Lyon County or NDOT for maintenance, and authorize the county manager to sign. Mr. Holman.
Good afternoon, Dustin Holman, Road Director for the record. Again, this is similar to the applications that have been before you the last couple months. NDOT requires the governmental entity to apply for the application. The property owner or developers can't apply. It has to be the county. So with this, it's just the application to apply for the improvements in the right of way at Traditions Parkway and Highway 50 for the installation of a traffic signal. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? And I do want to thank you for putting in that signal. Appreciate it. I know that's been an ongoing issue for quite a while. Yeah, I remember the Dayton meeting in the evening when you brought it up, and we had some little conflict between NDOT and your proposals. So moving right along then, if there's no public comment, I'll look for a motion on 16A.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve an off-site improvement agreement between Lyon County and Stanley Lucas for Stanley Lucas to make improvements in NDOT right-of-way, including the construction of a traffic signal at US 50 and Traditions Parkway related to the Traditions subdivision, and authorize the county to make application with the landowner responsible for all costs, construction, and maintenance until the improvements are accepted by Lyon County or NDOT for maintenance, and authorize the county manager to sign any necessary documents.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Henderson, second by Commissioner Hendricks. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we've already gotten through 16B, going to utility 17A. And Mr. Burketta, for possible action, approve a contract with Walker Lake Disposal for an amount not to exceed $99,900 for biosolids hauling services from the Rolling A wastewater treatment plant to the Lockwood and Carson City landfills, with funding coming from the Dayton Sewer Fund.
Chairman Hockaday, Commissioners, David Buchetta for the record. So this is a contract that we've had a couple years in a row now. It's a one-year contract. At the end of each year, we put it out to 3 different companies that provide services: Waste Management, Olsesi, and Walker Lake. Our current vendor is currently Walker Lake. Looking at the prices that they offered to take these solids up to the Washoe County or Lockwood landfill, Walker Lake provided the lowest cost opportunity for that. So my recommendation is we continue with them for another year.
Okay, any public comment? Motion.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, you have a question? Okay, yes. I thought you were chomping at the bit to do a motion.
No.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much of it is this an increase from previous years? And
No,
stuff?
they said they would hold their costs.
Is that right?
Same.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anything further? No public comment, then I'll look for a motion on it.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve a contract with Walker Lake Disposal for an amount not to exceed $99,900 for biosolids hauling services from the Rolling A wastewater treatment plant to the Lockwood and Carson City landfills, with funding coming from the Dayton Sewer Fund.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, that sounds like there are a bunch of them. Commissioner Hendricks, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Advisory Board for possible action, appoint up to 2 members to the Central Lyon County Park Advisory Board with terms expiring December 31st, 2024. And we have 1 applicant, Catherine Adaman. Any comments from commissioners? Public comment?
I got a
Oh.
comment. It's just a question. Where are the 3 that are on the board right now from?
Asking Lyon County Manager, to be really honest, I'm not 100% sure where each of them.
I was just seeing about
Spread it
just,
out.
yeah, spreading it out, and then I didn't know where we're sitting. There's 2 spots and only 1 applying for the position.
No, it's a good question. I'm sorry. I don't know.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. At our last meeting, I believe we appointed Christopher Gonzalez from the Dayton area to the Lyon County Board, or Parks Board.
Richard is from Six Springs.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the only one I can remember off the top of my head.
Okay, no public comment, then we will go to a motion on this appointment. For last item, don't all jump in at
I
once.
move that we appoint Catherine Adaman to the Central Lyon County Park Advisory Board with the term expiring December 31st, 2024.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks and a second by Commissioner Henderson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 19, we'll start with Commissioner Jacobs. Any agenda requests?
I'm sure with the Christmas party, they want very few, so I will pass.
Commissioner Keller,
Nothing at this time.
Commissioner Henderson,
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have one, or actually two. We need to get an item on the agenda shortly about our request for congressional funding for next year. We need to start talking about those and getting those put in. And then we also need an item on the agenda to see if anybody wants to go to the National Association of Counties DC trip in December. I don't know when the rates go up, but we need to move on that.
correct. Anything else? Commissioner Hendricks? And I don't have anything either. Commissioner comments, final comments. We're going to go with Commissioner Keller first.
I don't have any comments.
Commissioner Jacobson,
I will be attending via Zoom at our next meeting, so I just want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas while I'm in the presence of you folks. So wish all my colleagues a very happy New Year, or Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and enjoy your families.
same back at you. Commissioner Henderson
No, I don't have any comments. at this point.
and Commissioner Hendricks.
No, no comment.
Okay, just a quick advance notice, Saturday, January 27th, 2024 will be the 2024 Youth of the Year at the Boys and Girls Club. So I'll remind everybody again about it at the next meeting, but get your calendars out, take a look at whether you can make it to that wonderful event. Again, January 27th. Got plenty of time to get it on your calendar. And that's all I have for today. Do we have a closed session? No. Meeting is adjourned at 2:38.